Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we don't have any message from the presidency, neither do we have any formal communication from the speaker. Let us now turn to item 4. Item 4 in today's order paper. That's correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We start with votes and proceedings from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Yes, Honourable Member for the Crew.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. My colleague, Honourable Comfort Doyo, was in the House yesterday. She's been marked absent. If the table office can take note of that.
Which item?
Mr. Speaker, item number 33 on page 7.
Leader, I keep on saying this and I'll repeat it again. Members should do well to register their names once they get into the chamber. I've said this over and over again. Other than that, there's no way we can assess whether the said member came or not. You saw him, I also saw him, but he didn't register his name. So, honourable members, until we do anything that will improve our registration, please, once you get into the chamber, take time to register your name. So, table, kindly take note. We turn to page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honorable Member for Medina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday there were some schools from Medina constituency that visited the chamber, that visited Parliament, and one of them was IPEL International School, and it's written IPEL International School in La Nkwantanang. But Mr. Speaker, is La Nkwantanang Medina Municipality. La Nkwantanang -Medina Municipality. That is a rendition.
So you are speaking from page 9?
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Which item or paragraph?
V. Item V. Recognition of schools.
Okay.
V. Mr. Speaker, Pantam Presby School, also in La Nkwantanang Medina.
Very well. Table, can they take note of that?
It applies also to Medina Islamic School in La Nkwantanang Medina Municipality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, we turn to page 10. Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page number 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page number 21. Page number 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page number 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page number 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page 40. Page number 41. Page 42. Page 43. Page 44. Page 45. Page 46. Page 47. Page number 48. Page 49. Page 50. page number 51, and finally page 52. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of yesterday, Tuesday, the 5th December 2023, is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, Leader, any indication?
Certainly, Speaker. Speaker, we will seek your leave to vary order of business. Leadership was related. Go on to take item 7 instead. Item 7, statement. Speaker, with your leave.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as discussed at conclave, I think we agreed that we'll take a number of statements, and Professor Hamza is available to start his. So if you can allow him to start.
Do you have his statement? I don't have it. It's on what?
About quality of education in Ghana. Quality of education.
Yeah. Mr. First Deputy Speaker, did I hear you? Did I see you up on your feet?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The statement he just mentioned was brought to me this morning. I suggested that I'll come to the conclave in the morning, so we decide on which one. But there was one which was yesterday. I agreed that the Minister for Interior will be giving a copy so that he will respond. Yesterday, I had a copy made for him, and I informed the maker of the statement that he can make it today. So we may start with that. Indeed, there was another one on Honorable Imoro Igala, which was also received yesterday. So I'll let them bring them to you so that you can.
Well. So it means that statement has not been admitted, and we will proceed to.
Speaker, I recall the one related to a certain conflict. I don't remember the exact consistency, but leader had suggested that we program the Interior Minister to be present before the statement is delivered. And I related this morning to the Interior Minister, who has indicated that he will be here in the afternoon, around midday, so that he will be present while the statement is delivered. So in the meantime, Speaker, if you may, there are other statements. One that stands the Honorable Imoro Igala, to be delivered by the Honorable Chinya. If we may proceed with that one. And then, Speaker, if you may, there are other ones, but the one that is related to Interior Ministry, we can do those ones as well, whilst we wait for appropriate time to take that one as well.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to seek your direction on this one, because I recall that 3 days ago, Speaker made it very clear that there was a statement on disability that had been admitted, and both of them were programmed for yesterday, except that that was not taken. So I was thinking that once Speaker made it clear, if you check your records will show that there was a statement on disability and then the insecurity. So the disability statement is really, really very important too.
Very well. Let me take the one from the Deputy Minister on Imoro Gara, then I'll come and take the disability one as well. So, Honorable Member for Sisara East, Honorable Amindi Chinia, you may read your statement now. But before you read, kindly allow me to acknowledge the presence of our children, our sons and daughters, our nephews, who have found it necessary to visit the chamber today. We have four schools. The first school is the Youngsters International School. The Youngsters International School, and they are being led by Azek Asawe, who is the head of Department of the Social Studies. And the school is located at Ayawaso East Constituency. Ayawaso East Constituency. Yes, you are welcome. The second school is El Walid Comprehensive Basic School. El Walid Comprehensive Basic School. The school is being led by Lucius Totu, who is the school health education coordinator. And the school is again located at Ayawaso East Constituency. Ayawaso East Constituency. Do you have the Member of Parliament here? Ayawaso East Constituency. You may resume your seat. The third school is Islamic Training Institute. Islamic Training Institute. And the school is being led by Sandra Adivo. Sandra Adivo, who is NCCE. And the school, again, is located at the Ayawaso East Constituency. Incidentally, we don't have the Member of Parliament here in the chamber. The fourth and final school is Kwapia RC Basic School. Kwapia RC Basic School. They are being led by Samuel Ansa, who is the assistant headmaster of the school. Incidentally, the school is located in my constituency. And again, that school is where I started from class 1 to middle school from 4. So they are here to come and witness. So you are also welcome. So you may resume your seats. Yes, Honorable Member for Sisara East, you may read your statement now.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make a statement to mark the 107th birthday of Alhaji Imoro Igala, an illustrious son Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make a statement to mark the 107th birthday of Alhaji Imoro Igala, an illustrious son of Sisala East, the constituency I represent in Parliament, and above all, an illustrious son of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been blessed to have many illustrious sons and daughters who played various roles towards the rich history and establishment of our democratic culture. Alhaji Imoro Igala happened to be one of these very distinguished illustrious sons of the country. Alhaji Imoro Igala was born in Tamale on the 5th of December 1916. His father was from Ping in the Sisala East Municipality, and the mother was from Sandema in the Upper East. He grew up in an agrarian community but immersed himself in community services. During the struggle for independence, he played significant roles in mobilizing the Sisala people and the people in the northern territories to support the fight against colonialism. Mr. Speaker, Alhaji Moro Igala worked with the local government administration as his first job and became the clerk to the paramount chief of the Sisala traditional area, where he served for 3 years from 1937 to 1939. In 1937, the British colonial government established the Laura Confederacy Local Authority Primary School, and Alhaji Moro Igala took an appointment there as a teacher. Before he left for the new station in Laura, he persuaded his uncle, the then paramount chief of Tumu, His Royal Highness Kuru Kanton Wegri II, to allow him to send some boys from the Sisala enclave to Laura in order for them to gain formal Western education. Mr. Speaker, Alhaji Moro Igala succeeded in gathering 10 boys from various parts of the Sisala area to go to school in Laura. The boys he took to Laura included Dr. Hillel Leman, Koro Mumuni Dimbie, who became an MP, Honorable George Nanjo, who became the regional minister for the upper region, Honorable Ali Dukantu, who also became an MP, Master Isaac Akantung, Master Aduna Isifu, Master Basim Desme, Master Bukari Amadou, and Master Abu Nampa. This group of peoples were the first batch of literates from the Sisala area. With these recruitments, which was a single act of thoughtfulness and innovation from Alhaji Moro Igala, the Sisala area was brought into mainstream Western education and civilization. Mr. Speaker, Alhaji Moro Igala was in Laura as a teacher, was then tasked with the assignment of establishing the very first primary school for the Sisala people. This, he succeeded in 1945 with the establishment of the Tumu Local Primary School, which is now named after him, the Igala Primary School. He became the pioneer teacher in that first educational institution in the Sisala area and single-handedly managed the school for a while before others joined him, and later. It can be confidently said that Alhaji Moro Igala is the father of formal Western education in the Sisala area, having been able to send the first batch of peoples to school in Laura and also being the one who established the first school in the Sisala area in 1945. Mr. Speaker, it is equally worth mentioning that one of the peoples Alhaji Moro Igala recruited and took to school in Laura became the president of Ghana between 1979 to 1981. Interestingly, it was through the instrumentality of the same Alhaji Moro Igala that Dr. Hillel Leman won the presidency on the ticket of the People's National Party. The other peoples, Alhaji Moro Igala, also occupied various high positions in Ghana and beyond. Politically, Alhaji Moro Igala was first elected in 1954 to represent the Sisala constituency in the Legislative Assembly. He gained 3,599 votes, coming up among 4 other aspirants. He joined the Legislative Assembly, and due to his commitment and loyalty to the fight for independence and also his technical expertise, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah appointed him to serve in various cabinet positions under his government, including the very strategic Minister for Foreign Affairs and Minister for Information. He also held the positions of Minister of Health, Minister of Industries. Significantly under him, as the Minister of Health, the Kumasi Central Hospital, now Kofonachi Teaching Hospital, was built in 1954 as a referral center for the Ashanti and Northern Territories. Mr. Speaker, he was also instrumental in the establishment of the hundreds of industries and factories by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Dr. Nkrumah appointed Alhaji Mori Gala as the Minister of Industries in 1963 to promote his industrialization policy through his famous 7-year development plan. It was under his stellar leadership that Ghana achieved positive results in its industrial sector. Among the many industries established during his tenure as the Minister for Industries include the State Textile Manufacturing Limited, now GTP, Atlantic Hotel, City Hotel, Cocoa Processing Company in Tema, Takoradi Cocoa Processing Company, Bonsa Thai Factory, Jihok Zwarungu Meat Company Limited, Tema Steel Works, Asuchari Sugar Factory, Abuazi Glass Factory, among others. Mr. Speaker, Alhaji Moro Gala became the first black executive chairman of the Ghana Cocoa Marketing Board in 1958 and maintained the position until 1961. Mr. Speaker, when the ban on the formation of political parties was lifted in 1978, Alhaji Moro Gala, together with other former Nkrumah appointees, formed the People's National Party. He was so instrumental in the formation that many people and international media houses refer to him as the founder of the People's National Party. Alhaji Moro Gala was on the verge of running as the flag bearer of the People's National Party by a commission set up by the NLC government in 1966, banned him from holding public office. This prevented him from running as the flag bearer of the PMP in the 1979 presidential elections. In January 1981, Alhaji Moro Gala began a court action against the Electoral Commission seeking a court ruling restoring his eligibility for public office, but he could not get the ruling before his unfortunate demise in the same year. The children of the late Alhaji Moro Gala continued the case, and he was eventually redeemed from any wrongdoing. Mr. Speaker, Alhaji Moro Gala's daughter, Haja Ramatu Aliu Mahama, became the second lady of the Republic of Ghana between January 2001 to January 2009. Mr. Speaker, it is worth mentioning that the political legacy of Alhaji Moro Gala lives, as we currently have his grandson, Honorable Farouk Aliu Mahama, representing the good people of Yendi in this august house. Mr. Speaker, despite his enormous contribution to the country, it is unfortunate the country has not honored him enough and has not given him his due recognition. I wish to use this occasion to request for a major national monument to be named after him. I also wish to request so that his life, works, and contributions be captured and taught in schools as one of the leading pre- and post-independent historical figures of the country. The state can also consider instituting an annual memorial day for this, our great illustrious son. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to make this statement in memory of the late Alhaji Moro Gala. May his soul continue to rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the statement has been read. Honourable Minister for Education, do you want to contribute? Anyway, let me give the opportunity to a member for Yendi first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the great son of the land, my maternal grandfather, and the man who I was named after his demise on the 1st of April 1981, and I was born on the 27th of April 1981. I'm very, very privileged to have been named after my grandfather, the late Moro Gala. First of all, it's indeed a great day and an opportunity for me to also be standing here as a grandson to contribute to his efforts in making sure that Ghana will always remember such great heroes in the First Republic. Mr. Speaker, it's really emotional for me today to be standing here as a grandson to really eulogize his support to the First Republic and to the first president of the First Republic, Dr. Nkrumah. The late Mo Igala, my grandfather, started humbly from Payne in the Upper West region. His contribution to the Traditional Council, having been a member and a secretary to the Traditional Council, having supported individuals and children across the Upper West region, and onto the establishment of a school which was named after him, which is the Igala Primary. Mr. Speaker, it is worth knowing that Mo Igala was a selfless leader, a selfless member of parliament for the Sisala constituency, an MP who rose to become a Minister of Trade and Industry. Through his efforts, a lot of industries across the country, which today we are benefiting under the Fourth Republic, is there for everybody to know. He didn't stand there. He went through the ministerial reshuffle to other ministries such as Ministry of Foreign Affairs, having led Ghana's foreign mission, the support of the President, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. The late Mo Igala has contributed immensely to the governance success of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. We cannot forget about Ghana Cocoa Board, where he was the first black chairman and the chief executive. And through his efforts, the establishment of Ghana Cocoa Board, and today the success of the cocoa industry is there for all of us to be proud of. Mr. Speaker, the family of Mo Igala, led by my uncle Idris Igala, is coming up very soon to set up a memorial lecture. Students across and upcoming politicians coming to also let us propagate the works of the late Mo Igala, for them to really know who that man was, what he stood for, his contribution to the First Republic vis-a-vis in all spheres of the economy, all spheres of the industrialization drive, which today we are benefiting for, and the factories that were established under the First Republic is something that we cannot forget. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad you've given me an opportunity, and as a grandson who have taken the legacy of service from my great-grandfather, I'm privileged today to contribute to the success story of my grandfather, and I wish him, my late mother, the former Second Lady of the Republic of Ghana, a befitting rest. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yes. Let me now turn to Tamale South.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Amidu Chinia Isaka, MP for the Sisala East constituency, on the occasion of the 107th birthday of Alhaji Imoro Igala. Mr. Speaker, to live to be 100, you must be a blessed soul and a lucky soul. To be alive at 107, many are not able to attain that. Allah wa ta'ala, Allah His grace, gives lives and gives good health. So I should support him in wanting to thank Allah for His graciousness of the life of the Igala. Mr. Speaker, any young person growing up in the north is very familiar with the Igala family. I also still recall that President John Dramani Mahama, as he then was, had to appoint one of the Igales as chairman of the Central Tender Board when he was President of the Republic. The Igales have made remarkable contributions to the political, social, and economic development of our country, having served as minister under President Nkrumah, a successful president of our republic. Undoubtedly, he laid the foundation for what is referred to as modern Ghana today. But Mr. Speaker, in reading the tribute, may I, with particular reference, refer you to the paragraph beginning, he was instrumental in the establishment of hundreds of industries under President Nkrumah. And Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate his birth today, we should remind ourselves what is the state of those industries. For instance, one, the State Textile Manufacturing Limited, now GTP. Mr. Speaker, I still recall when the Honorable Amakwata, now Minister for Roads and Industry, used to work as legal representative for GTP. In my days as Minister for Trade, one day he drew my attention to some challenges of the textile industry generally in Ghana. The Speaker, I had to issue a ban on the importation of textiles into our country and to dedicate only 2 ports of entry, Kotoka and then I believe Takoradi, because smuggling of it had become very rampant. Mr. Speaker, if you take Sisala, they are noted for cotton production. So naturally, the death of the textile industry will affect the growth and economic activity in Sisala. So I would have thought that if what government wants to eulogize Alaji Igala whilst is still alive, why? 1D, 1F, go and dedicate something related to cotton. You see, Mr. Speaker, what we are missing as a country is value chain. When you talk about cotton, you are not just talking about cotton because women will weave cotton. No. The value addition of cotton, that apart from those weaving, you have a textile industry, then you get tailors and dressmakers are all part of the value chain of that industry. So probably Honorable Farouk grandson, my younger brother from Yendi, you should consider the revitalization of the cotton industry. You remember, even Canton, I hope that you are young enough, Mr. Speaker, because I have no beard. Even Farouk is now older, that looks older than me. Where your father located Canton, he was very popular business entrepreneur. That's where your father's facility is located in Tamale called the Taxi Rank. Canton was a success of an entrepreneur from Sisala. The Speaker, he used to sell cigarettes and many other associated products in Tamale, very popular. At least he also contributed to growing young entrepreneurs in the north. But Mr. Speaker, you have one of the good things President Akufo-Addo is very good at. Wa Technical University was named after President Hilal Liman. And Mr. Speaker, President Liman never got the opportunity to complete his tenure as President of the Republic. You have named Wa Technical University, you've named Navrungu Campus of University, you've named Wa Campus of UTS, Kumasi. So still search. While the NDC, we are proud that we have established those institutions. Your pride is that you are naming it after other people. Mr. Speaker, it is built and you are naming. I have said repeatedly that it is my view that someday in the foreseeable future, the University for Allied Sciences in the Volta region, the Honorable Ablanco, I hope I got it right, should Health and Allied Sciences. It's my view that someday it should be named after President J.E.A. Mills. That's my view. And I think that you must
be named after
of late memory, President Mills of blessed memory, J.E.A. Mills. And I think that UMAT, the Takwa School of Mines, be named after President J.A. Kufuor. That's my view. I strongly feel that UMAT in the University of Mines and in Takwa be named after it. I recall that President Jerry Rawlings declined for good reason, that he never wanted a university named after him. So we can look at it and it can be done. So Mr. Speaker, yes, they are very good at naming, but you see, revitalize the economy of Sisala first. Honorable Chinia, you know I travel because I want your seat. I want your seat for the NDC, and I travel very far there. Mr. Speaker, the road is very deplorable. The last time I was entering Sisala, and it hasn't changed. You know that they hold you accountable to it. It took me 3 hours just to travel.
Honorable member, address me.
I want to join them in eulogizing him and acknowledge that they have made remarkable contributions to the development of our country. We can look at any of the national monuments, and we should do this by consensus, name something after him. But as I have said, we should revitalize the cotton industry in Sisala and work to improve the road network in Sisala. Mr. Speaker, it is in such a bad state. Traveling from Sisala, particularly connecting to Sandema through Dr. Park's place, and then getting on to Navrungu and others, is a hell of a journey. So I hope that attention is drawn onto it. Why not? A road can be named after him, but put the road in good shape. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to the Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a solemn moment where we have to celebrate an illustrious son of Ghana, and I'm therefore privileged to add my voice to that of my colleague, Honorable Amidu Chinwa Isahaku, MP for Sisala East constituency, on this occasion of the 107th birthday of Honorable Imolo Igala. Those of us who were around at the time of the Liman, Honorable or His Excellency, Hila Liman's presidency, fondly remember Imolo Igala. Today, as Minister for Education, I speak to celebrate the life of this illustrious man who did so much for his people, who did so much for this country. Anyone will be touched by what he did, going around selecting 10 young men that he could educate. He helped educate them. He changed the course of history of his area. He changed the course of history of his country. As one of those he mentored and guided, became the president of this country, this republic. So, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion of honoring the birth of such a great individual, I want us to draw our minds to the value of education and what it does to communities. So I'm so happy that my colleague found some time in his busy schedule to read this statement, and I believe we can all learn from the life of Imolo Igala, an illustrious son of Ghana, somebody who cared about those who were less privileged than him and extended a helping hand to lift them up and change their destiny and change the destiny of our nation, Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we will take the second statement. Yes, let me hear you. Leader, let me hear you.
Speaker, with respect, I will just signal you that, as was earlier mentioned, that particular statement, which is related to a matter of conflict, and we had requested the presence of the Interior Minister. The Minister is in the House as requested, and Speaker, if you please, if we may take that statement as well.
So that is the one for from Professor Hamza.
That's the member from.
Is it a statement from Professor Hamza?
No, honourable member from Nkwanta.
Nkwanta.
Nkwanta North, South. Yes.
But do you have a copy? Okay, very well. Yes, honourable member for Nkwanta South. You refuse to add your name. Let's have you. This floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement on the sorry state of affairs of the chiefs and people of Nkwanta South and its environs. Mr. Speaker, on the 21st of November 2023, violence and fighting of an unprecedented magnitude erupted in Nkwanta Township in Oti region, ostensibly on account of long-standing differences between some of the main groups in the township of Nkwanta, mainly the Adeles, Achodes, Chalas, and some settlers who are Muslims. Mr. Speaker, within the first 24 hours of the outbreak of hostilities, 11 people were officially reported dead. The usual vibrant and boisterous township degenerated into a ghost town, with hundreds taking flight to near and distant towns and villages, and others barricading themselves and families in their homes to escape being killed. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the security agencies comprising of a combined teamwork of police and soldiers camped nearby for their swift response, which helped to stop the carnage. But for their intervention, the fighting would have reached a more catastrophic proportion and claimed more precious lives and destruction of colossal property. It is instructive to note that dozens or scores of homes have been attacked, vandalized, and razed down, and market stores looted and sacked. Mr. Speaker, may I report to this honorable House that about 17,190 school pupils, 750 teachers are currently at home. Government or state entities have been closed. Farming, which is the main occupation of the majority of my constituents, have been disrupted because some of them have been attacked and killed on their farms and many injured. Mr. Speaker, the threat of shortage of food, including basic staples such as maize, cassava, guinea corn, millet, rice, is imminent and staring us in the face. In this regard, it is important for all stakeholders to join hands immediately to bring a speedy end to this carnage and restore peace, order, and stability to the people. Mr. Speaker, I call on all chiefs and elders, opinion leaders, and all who matter to tone down on their differences, bury the hatchet, and join hands together to combat poverty and diseases which are our common enemies rather than ourselves. It is important to state at this material period, when most of other communities across the country and indeed the world in general are putting their resources, energy, and time to generate wealth to support quest for a better life for themselves and also develop their areas, we in Nkwanta South cannot afford to continue to be at each other's throats when our very lives are being destroyed. I wish to indicate that any individual or group of persons who persist in ignoring the rational call and continue to wreak havoc on the area must be decisively and comprehensively dealt with according to the law, so that they do not hold the people of the area to ransom. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank our chiefs, religious and opinion leaders, NGOs, security personnel, and all other well-meaning individuals and groups for their invaluable contribution to helping stabilize the area. Mr. Speaker, I am optimistic we in Nkwanta South will work together assiduously to overcome this tragedy tragedy and return to the days when the climate of peaceful coexistence permeated the relations between the various ethnic groups and religious groupings of the area. We definitely, by the grace of the Almighty God, will overcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
You see, now I'm getting the UT members, all of them are up. Kofi Adams, Wisdom, so let me start. Wisdom is senior. Let me start with Wisdom. Honorable Gidisu.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my brother, Honorable Kini Geoffrey, MP for Nkwanta South, for the devastating conflict in Nkwanta and its environs. Mr. Speaker, it is disheartening to witness tension among us. Unity has always been the convention of our shared heritage. Mr. Speaker, we as members of Parliament, we have no option than to preach peace. Peace is all that we are about. MPs, we don't involve ourselves in chieftaincy affairs, who own this land or that. But our prayer is only that there should be peace in the various communities. Mr. Speaker, in times like this, it is crucial to remember the values that bind us together and to seek for the well-being of our people. Mr. Speaker, instead of allowing differences to divide us, let us seek common ground through our open dialogue and then understanding. I am strongly of the view that, and also propose that we establish a mediation committee comprised of respective individuals from both traditional areas to foster communication and work towards a resolution. Mr. Speaker, by engaging in respective conversations and acknowledging the others' perspectives, we can pave way to reconciliation and unity of our people. It is very important that we establish this committee comprised of all the stakeholders involved, especially the chiefs, our opinion leaders, so that together we can find an amicable solution to this. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to also thank the security agencies for their timely intervention. Had it not because of that, we wouldn't have known where we'll be by this time. With this US, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me now come to Reverend Ntoso. Honorable Minister, just hold on. You give us the last blessings. So, Honorable Ntoso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Nkwanta South, especially the Nkwanta Township, is a very busy community, business-wise, as well as farming activities. Mr. Speaker, with this conflict, I'll be very much surprised if the people will be able to continue to go to their farms. When the paramount chief, the late Nana Obekuaje, was the paramount chief for the area, Mr. Speaker, there was understanding among the chiefs. Festivals were celebrated, and nothing of this sort happened. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that I know the terrain very well because I was a border patrol officer for 9 good years in the area. So I know the various tribes that they were coexisting very well. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that there were 2 clear early warning signals. Because 2 years ago, it happened, but not, this magnitude. It happened last year, it happened, and somebody died. 1 person died. So this year, when it started, even a football match, there was a conflict. So what I want to draw the attention of this house is that we have a regional security coordinator. We have a regional NIB, formerly BNI coordinator. We have them also in the municipality. So I'm so much surprised that these early warning signals that was clear signs that something was going to happen. The security agencies, it was the responsibility of the district chief executive to organize a dissect meeting or MISEC meeting, to be able to meet with the security heads to address this situation. The regional minister lives in Nkwanta. There were signals. So he should have also organized a RESEC meeting to stop what happened in Nkwanta. Because when you telling them that there are signals that this is going to happen, all you need to do is to stop from going ahead to have the celebration. But it didn't happen. And I'm not surprised because the regional minister didn't want to offend maybe the factions, because he was preparing for his primaries, to contest the primaries there. Because if he has stood on his to say that, look, there are clear signals that this is what is going to happen, therefore do not go ahead with the celebration. Mr. Speaker, what happened in Nkwanta South wouldn't have happened. Since we have security heads, and there was the need for MISEC meeting, there was the need for RESEC meeting, but all this did not happen. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, people have lost their lives. People have lost their lives. There are families who are suffering. There are people who have passed on, who are people who are fend for the families. Now they are no more. So if we're talking about, bringing peace back to Nkwanta South, so that the people can go on their normal farming activities, Mr. Speaker, there is the need for the minister, he's here, my good friend is here. There is the need for him to talk to the regional minister, to talk to the municipal chief executive, that they should not side with any of the factions. Mr. Speaker, in this conflict and in any other conflict, we have people that we call shadow actors. There are too many shadow actors in this conflict. Mr. Speaker, I know what I'm talking about. The minister can do something about it. They have to call them, the National Peace Council, they'll have to call them and talk to them, so that the chiefs will continue, the chiefs will come together, bring peace, because it is the responsibility of the chiefs also to bring peace. It's their responsibility to bring peace in the area. But if we are people hiding under, some other people, big shots, and doing what they are doing, Mr. Speaker, it is not fair. It is not good. So, the minister is here. If he wants to consult with some of us, we can give him a clue as to what should be done in Nkwanta South. So that what has been happening is, it looks like now it's become a perennial, conflict. It happens for the past 3 years. It's been happening. Something can be done about it for peace to return in Nkwanta South. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank you for the opportunity, and we say our condolences to the bereaved families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Oti Bress.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to this important call. Mr. Speaker, the issue of in Nkwanta is a long-standing issue. I want to call on government, especially the Minister for Interior, the Regional Minister, the Minister for Lands, to intervene. Mr. Speaker, it is not only happening in Nkwanta South. the issue of land disputes is everywhere in our country, especially in the northern part. And it is because successive governments have failed to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, I want to, on this occasion, call on the Achudes, the Adeles, and the Chalas to give peace a chance. Mr. Speaker, Nkwanta South municipality is an important community for some of us, because when this thing happened, the 2 secondary schools in the municipality had been closed down. As we speak, we all know Nkwanta North and South are sister constituencies. So if the people of Nkwanta South are not sleeping, there is no way we in the North can also sleep. As we speak, the conflict has serious effects on the people of Nkwanta North. Most of the people, especially the settlers and other people, have moved and pitched camp in Nkwanta North, and that has a lot of effect on us. And as we speak, some students are even currently living in my house as the MP for Nkwanta North. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a government responsibility to ensure that there is peace. Because I am surprised that these things could happen up to this level when we have a regional minister and the regional security coordinator and other security agencies. They haven't been able to pick the intelligence to be able to do something about it. So I want to, I'm very happy the minister, the most experienced minister for Interior is here. We want to call on him. OT region is a very young region and a promising region. So we don't want conflict and misunderstanding. So, Honorable Minister, we want to call on you to intervene, call your regional minister and all those who matter in Nkwanta South to intervene so that our people will live in peace and harmony. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, I'll call the last person, Honorable Kofi Adams, then I'll give the opportunity to the minister. So you see, I've just been calling only members from the OT regions. Yes, Honorable Kofi, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You will live long for considering the OT people to make a statement on a matter that affects us so dearly. But, Mr. Speaker, the effect of conflict in Nkwanta will not affect only the people of Nkwanta and OT. Indeed, the Eastern Corridor Road has become the shortest road to the northern part of the country. And Mr. Speaker, if you want to avoid the use of a ferry, you would have to go through Nkwanta. Otherwise, you do Dambai and use the ferry. But if you go through Nkwanta, you are able to sail through freely through Pasada Manko into Bimbila and continue your journey without curtailing it because the ferry is not functioning. A conflict in such a critical area affects movement of vehicles. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, because of the curfew, vehicles conveying food products from the northern part or even from Nkwanta itself to the southern part of the country cannot move at the time they would have preferred to move because of the curfew that has been imposed on them. Schools, as indicated by my colleague, have had to close. Not only have the schools closed, recently when the SHS went on vacation, students from Nkwanta South who are coming from other schools have to be assembled in Wemain Senior High and led by security personnel to Nkwanta and various communities. All this is added cost to already suffering municipality and a region. Mr. Speaker, Nkwanta indeed is an area within OT that is so buoyant There are bank services, financial services that you cannot get even in the regional capital. If you need services of some banks, you have to travel all the way to Nkwanta. You cannot find this in the regional capital, which is Dambai. So it tells you how significant the role Nkwanta plays in the lives of the people in Oti region. Again, Mr. Speaker, farming is the mainstay of the people of Nkwanta. And we are just in the harvesting period. But now you dare not step on your farm, because the possibility of being attacked so high. And so the rice farms have been abandoned, so they are not harvesting. The maize farms have been abandoned, they are not harvesting. And so the investments that they've put in there, some of which is loans from these banks, cannot be recovered. Mr. Speaker, 11 lives have been lost. Not one, not two, not three. Even one is even big. Then talk of 11. The security agencies, yes, have done their bit, Mr. Speaker, but the Interior Minister is here. Just yesterday, he was telling us how experienced he is in dealing with chieftaincy-related issues, and that his colleague lawyers here can testify to that. I want him to bring that experience as Minister for Interior to help in resolving the issues in Nkwanta. Mr. Speaker, the presence of the security in Nkwanta is fine, but many homes have been touched. Stores have been touched. And so food is equally also a challenge for some of the persons, Mr. Speaker. So even as they deal with issues of security, the NADMO and other institutions under the Minister for Interior should begin to look at some other interventions, Mr. Speaker, that will provide some relief to the suffering persons. With these short words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of the statement for bringing this issue up, and we pray that some action will be taken to resolve the issue once and for all. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, we are speaking on the same tone. Let me give the opportunity to the Minister for Interior. Yes, let me give the opportunity. You people should pardon me. Let me give the opportunity to the Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To clarify the.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking the Honorable Geoffrey Kinney for making this statement. And Mr. Speaker, I have listened keenly to the statement and listened to contributions of fellow MPs. I find this positive convergence of views by members of Parliament to ensure or to work with us to ensure that there is peace and security in Nkwanta. Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record my appreciation for the positive contributions that have been made. And to start by saying that there have been loss of lives, Mr. Speaker, and up to 11 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, even one loss of life is one too many. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend on behalf of the government our condolences to all the bereaved families who have lost loved ones. But in all these contributions, I think the Nkwanta North MP does bring up a very important point, that this is a perennial problem and is a land problem. And Mr. Speaker, whilst what we can do together to maintain this peace, this time I would appeal that stakeholders, we attempt to deal with that fundamental issue of the land matter. 3 tribes claiming land, conflict about boundaries. If we continue to play ostrich, from time to time, there would be these eruptions. But Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced by the statements that are made by my colleague MPs that we can work together. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Jeffrey Kinney talks about 21st November. But Mr. Speaker, it was on 20th November that the police had reported that there was exchange of gunfire in the market. So the police went there, and already we had lost some lives. Mr. Speaker, on 21st, I had to impose a curfew. The very day that the Honorable Member of Parliament was concerned about the conflict, I was compelled, went through the processes and imposed a curfew. Yes, as Honorable Adams is saying, the curfew has its own negative impact, namely free movement of goods and services, and therefore foodstuff and what have you. Mr. Speaker, while we are at it, let me inform the House that the curfew is being imposed and enforced, and the number of people who have breached the curfew have been sent to court, fined and convicted, fined. So there is some calm. But we are the first to admit that because the matter is a land matter, we cannot take this calm for granted. I want to assure the House that it's not just the police who are working on it, but also National Peace Council has come in. We intend to increase their intervention. I've taken note of the intervention of Honorable Adams, and therefore we'll be sending NADMO to go to the area to find out what we can do to ameliorate the situation. But Mr. Speaker, I want to work with my colleagues so that with the RESEC, let us set up a committee. I would want Lands Commission to be involved. Let us set up a committee that would do something about the underlying land conflict. And Mr. Speaker, on 29th and 30th of November, the police command had separate consultations with stakeholders. It included the 3 groups, Chief of Atwede, Adele Tribe, Chala, and the Zongo community to build consensus in Ankwanta, and Nana Obombo Suwura Lopura, the 2nd Paramount Chief of Konde Traditional Area, together with lawyer Yao Achampo Amwa represented the Atwede tribe. Adele was represented by Nana Amwa Buafu the Kwantahini, Nana Osei Kantinka the 3rd, Dabiasu Hini, Asafuche Bembra Bekamu, Asafuche Kwame Nyami, Tutu Inkpa, and Steve Obosu, both opinion leaders. The Achala tribe were represented by Nana Kunewu Ado Kedri II, the Dojahino of Chala, Idrusu Achenaki, a regent, and Alaji Danso, an opinion leader. The Zongo community represented by Isaka Labram Kayaba, Sarichi Zongo Nkwanta, Musa Suraj Nabin, Nasirichi Samari Nkwanta, Chief Imam Amara Turi Nkwanta. Currently, there are still ongoing consultations between the police and these groupings. But some corpses have already been released after autopsy, but we have 2 corpses now that have been preserved for us to work on. So, Mr. Speaker, these consultations are going on, but we'll be discussing with the Regional Security Council about the involvement of the MPs of the area. If we can have the MPs nominate 1 or 2 persons that will be part of this peace building approach, I would be happy. But Mr. Speaker, I would want them to have me. They know the local situation. We have to at least start dealing with the land matter. I would have said as a lawyer that why didn't they go to court to solve it? But once they haven't gone, let's see if we can have a committee, representatives from all these, with some MPs and some other experts, including Lands Commission, and let's see how we can begin to talk about these things. Mr. Speaker, the situation of the school children I've taken note of. I'll discuss with the Education Minister and of course the police to see how we can increase the police presence in these areas to encourage the children to go to school. I mean, we owe them that duty, and I would see what we can do. But Mr. Speaker, I would say that I would consult and probably get back to the Nkwanta North and Nkwanta South MPs for starters with the National Security Minister to see how we can work on this. But I'm very, very impressed and encouraged by the considerable consensus that we have in this matter. And Mr. Speaker, this is what I look up to. This House has contributed immensely to the security of this country. All the problems that we bring here, we are supported at the committee level and supported at the House level. But now, let us play a more proactive role, a more active role on the ground. We can work to ensure that we get security. And Mr. Speaker, I am very impressed, and I want to put on record that I would see what I can do. And please, my office is open. Normally, it's easier to get me in the morning. You come and let us talk. And yes, intelligence is supposed to work, but as pastor, you've had such a rich experience that you don't expect the individual operatives to have your experience. I'm open for us to get this information and let's work on. And Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate and thank them ad nauseam for their positive listen. I look forward to attitudes going forward that we might have a very peaceful Nkwanta and beyond. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we have brought statement time to a close. Let me thank the makers and all the contributors to the 2 statements. Yes, let me come to leadership for indication.
The agreement amongst leadership is to vary order of business because we've not exhausted the statement. So we will vary order of business and Speaker and go on to take other paper addendum, after which we'll revert back to statement. We're just late.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I can hear what the majority chief whip is saying, but I don't see the urgency in breaking the flow of the statement and doing anything and coming back. It's not as if what you want to lay as is time bound. So I would have wished we continue with the statements and then take the other business later. But
we will come back. Don't worry. We will come back. So, honourable members, let me invite you to order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. And with this, let me invite the Minister for Roads and Highways to present a paper. Yes, Minister.
Concessionary contract agreement under a public-private partnership arrangement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, acting through the Ghana Highways Authority and ATEP Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, as the employer, acting through Maripoma Enterprise Limited as a contractor, for an amount of $338,897,543 United States dollars and 56 cents for the redevelopment and expansion of the Accra-Tema Motorway Extension Project.
Honorable members, the paper is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee for Finance, and I will urge the leadership of Roads and Highways to join the Committee for Finance to consider the report and report back.
Mr. Speaker, I was urging the Chief Whip for us to pause and maybe engage the road minister before you ladies. You see, you are referring, they said it's a concessionary agreement. We are not even sure whether, it's not a financing agreement. We don't even know the content. So if we did a little bit of consultation, we would have known whether you referring it to finance committee with participation of leadership of the road committee was appropriate, Mr. Speaker. This is a major issue. The ministry had cause even to issue a statement against me in the past when I said what they were doing was illegal by awarding this project to Mutainde. Today, they are here. I thought we should take time to do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. I don't think this agreement should go to the finance committee. I would have wished still that we pause and consult with the minister and find out whether the referral is supposed to go to the road ministry, the road or finance committee, Mr. Speaker. It's a major issue.
Honorable leader, I've heard you, but I don't think there's any issue about this. The committee will look into it and refer back to the House. I mean, the House is not going to be cut out of the process. It's just a referral I'm making to the committee.
Refer to the entire committee of roads and transport and then finance committee, because we all need to peruse this appropriately. So not leadership of the roads committee.
Very well. Let me then make the referral to a joint committee on finance and roads and highways.
Speaker,
yes.
I think we can now revert to item 7. Item 7, Speaker.
Yes. Honourable members, kindly indulge me to invite the first Deputy Speaker to take the chair whilst I proceed to go and host my school people. And the Adan Senkoso here is also here. Yes, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, can we ask Professor Hamza to make his statement?
Very well. So, Professor Hamza, you may begin to read your statements whilst I cede the chair to the first Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given me to make this important statement on the dwindling of quality education of our dear country, an issue which has untold negative consequences if not immediately addressed. Mr. Speaker, on October 6, 2023, the University of Ghana announced about the mass withdrawal of students with a CGPA below 1 in the colleges of basic and allied sciences, education and humanities effective 2023-2024 academic year. Again, a lecturer at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, NUCS, not long ago publicly complained about the prevalence of poor performance among students with excellent grades in their WAEC results. Mr. Speaker, Even as a lecturer, I have also experienced situations where very bad scripts have been spotted among students who entered the university with very good grades. Other stakeholders, including civil society organizations, heads of schools, academics, among others, have expressed similar sentiments regarding the dwindling of quality education in Ghana. To this end, it is critical stakeholders' attention is drawn to such a fatal canker in order to find a lasting solution to it before the situation gets out of hand. Mr. Speaker, the subject matter is important for consideration because inclusive and equitable education, quality education is anchored among sustainable development goals.
Sorry, Honourable Member. Right Honourable Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the subject matter is important for consideration because inclusive and equitable quality education is anchored among the Sustainable Development Goals. Being the fourth of the Sustainable Development Goals, it is central to achieving all other development goals. According to World Bank, access to quality education is critical because it enhances economic growth and sustainable development. Different actors in education have looked at the definition of quality education in diverse forms. However, for the purpose of this statement, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO definition of quality education has been adopted. That quality education is anchored in three broad principles: the need for relevance, for equity of access and outcome, and for proper observance of individual rights. Mr. Speaker, the decline in quality education can be attributed to several factors. One major cause is the mass promotion of all students at the various levels and the relaxation of the entry requirements from the junior high school into senior high school. The decision by government has injected laziness and laid-back attitudes among students and parents towards taking their academic work seriously. Hitherto, examination times were critical moments to parents and students because of their fear of demotion. Today, that fear is gone because parents and students alike view promotion as an automatic issue and not a competitive process determined by performance or hard work. Mr. Speaker, another pitfall of dwindling quality education is the focus on senior high at the detriment of basic level, which is the foundation of quality education. Most basic schools in recent times are battling with numerous challenges, including poor infrastructure, inadequate furniture, lack of textbooks, inadequate teachers, among others, which are critical needs for effective teaching and learning to occur. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, Article 25(1)(a), is categorical on the rights of children to education. It is emphatic that basic education should be compulsory for every child of school-going age. However, the focus on the senior high level at the expense of the basic level in recent times, motivated by free senior high school policy, has further exacerbated the deterioration of quality education in the country. Mr. Speaker, the perceived prevailing climate of fear and intimidation has restricted the ability of school administrators to voice out their concerns regarding the declining quality education. Many head teachers and principals feel constrained and unable to express their grievance for fear of losing their jobs. Consequently, the lack of constructive dialogue and effective problem solving within the educational system has untold negative repercussions on quality education in the country. Mr. Speaker, parents-teacher associations hitherto play a crucial role in supporting government in the running of schools. PTAs have been instrumental in providing school needs, including infrastructure, vehicles, motivation of staff, and other administrative needs of schools. However, due to perceived political expedience by government, schools have been cautioned not to allow parents to contribute towards school development. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to note that some heads were reprimanded for asking parents to pay PTA levels. The decision to stop parents from contributing towards their children's education has run down some schools drastically because PTAs remain the backbone for the development of some schools. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana's international reputation in the field of education has suffered a setback due to pervasive decline in standards, diminishing the country's credibility and competitiveness on the global stage. According to the World Development Report, according to 2018 World Development Report, Ghana has been ranked second to last on education globally. This has placed Ghana among the worst countries on education worldwide, an alarming cause to worry about. Besides, Ghana educational system risks producing half-baked graduates whose performance are likely to have diverse forms, including socially, economically, culturally, health-wise, and even sustainable development. In addition, Mr. Speaker, our hope of transforming Ghana into an industrial nation is likely to suffer setbacks as a result of poor quality, poor quality education if care is not taken. Mr. Speaker, urgent measures must be implemented to address the critical issues plaguing the Ghanaian educational system. Immediate attention should be directed towards revitalizing the neglected basic school level, including the provision of essential resources and infrastructure, such as teachers, school building, furniture, teaching and learning materials, among others. Government, as a matter of agency, must free the PTAs to do their work. Empowerment of PTAs must be facilitated to enable their active participation and support in the education sector. It is a fact that government alone cannot shoulder the burden of education. Hence, a collaborative approach between government and PTA is more sustainable and the way to go. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative for government to prioritize the education sector by fulfilling its commitment and allocating sufficient resources to ensure effective functioning of educational institutions. Revising the existing promotion and demotion policies within the educational system could foster a more productive environment for academic excellence. This will allow children who are not academically capable to make early decisions and venture into other sectors. Mr. Speaker, governmental support for education professionals can further perform some magic and turnovers. There is a need for government to create an environment that encourages educational professionals diligently and contribute effectively to the improvement of education sector, providing professionals with the necessary autonomy and freedom to implement innovative teaching methodologies and curricular development can foster a culture of academic excellence and ensure the continuous enhancement of educational standards in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative for all stakeholders, including government, educational institutions, teacher unions, teachers, parents, and the community at large to collaborate and take concerted action to address the present challenges facing the Ghanaian education system. Only through a collaborative effort and a commitment to reform and make progress can resuscitate the enviable status of Ghana as the beacon of educational excellence in the global arena. I thank you once again for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, any comments? Honorable Dr. Zanato.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute towards the statement made by the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the teaching staff, it would be very important that governments actually consider deliberate attempts to find brilliant persons in school and lead them onto the path of the teaching profession in order to ensure that we have the best quality of minds imparting knowledge to our children, if indeed that generation of students is to be impacted positively. Mr. Speaker, the problems identified in the statement actually really point to why we're seeing a drop in standards across board in our educational institutions. And a heavy burden is being placed on parents and on old students to actually support students in the schools and to support the running of schools, which is not what we actually expect to hear in the event that we now have free senior high school education. And Mr. Speaker, the point made about the fact that those within the teaching staff and the admin staff of schools who actually raise concerns tend to be the ones who are actually victimized is rather unfortunate, because the raising of issues is supposed to be an opportunity to correct. It's supposed to be an opportunity to provide solutions rather than reposting persons who raise concerns or, dismissing them outrightly. Mr. Speaker, I would appear as well that due to overcrowding in some schools as a result of various lists that are imposed on the heads of various schools, the well-being of students and of teachers is being severely affected, where more than the expected number of students are meant to be housed in dormitories and in the classrooms as well, with so much overcrowding that the teachers are not able to give sufficient attention to all the students to make sure that during the period while they are being taught, they are actually able to improve upon what their knowledge levels are. Mr. Speaker, if we're to address these, then definitely, if we've gone as far as a country as having a whistleblower act, then certainly those within the educational system who are raising concerns about what's going on in the various schools should not be seen as problems, but should be seen as those who are trying to resolve the issues. And so, Mr. Speaker, it would be really helpful if not just as this House, but perhaps the sector ministry will actually take cognizance of some of the concerns that the teachers and head teachers are raising with regards to what's happening in the schools. And hopefully as well, with ourselves as well, ensuring that we are not allowing too much political interference to affect the standards that schools have set for the entry of students, thereby depriving those who have actually gotten the grades to get into those schools of not having those chances because they have no connections to actually get into the schools. So that we ensure that the schools that we're seeing as good schools in Ghana continue to be better. And in that case, more infrastructure needs to be put in place so that those schools can be replicated as opposed to the standards of those schools being brought down because everyone is trying to push all the students into those schools, thereby lowering the standards. Because these children are the ones who will take over this country. And if we don't invest enough in their education now, we will see the after effects in 5 to 10 years' time when they take over the reins of leadership at the various levels. So, Mr. Speaker, this is actually a matter that is so urgent to the future of this country and to our well-being as a nation. So I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, Ranking Member, Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate myself with the statement made by Professor Hamza Adam, MP for Kumbungu, on the declining quality of education in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that some years ago, many of us were not taught by trained teachers. The first time I was taught by a trained teacher was in middle school Form 1. From primary 1 to up to P6, I was taught by Pupu teachers, whose was middle school leaving certificate. But anytime I sit down and I assess them as against teachers we have now, Mr. Speaker, those teachers did very, very well. And they were so meticulous, so dedicated to work, that you even feared to absent yourself from school. They did all that they could to help us acquire education. Mr. Speaker, as the maker of the statement made, really quality of education is declining in the country. And if we don't do anything urgently, I don't know where we are heading towards to. Otherwise, in the next decade or two, we may be importing human resource from other countries to come and work for us in this country, even in the civil or public service. Mr. Speaker, if you look at our basic schools now, the situation is very bad. There is a declining commitment to basic education in the country. Budgetary allocation is declining year by year. And if we don't arrest that situation and make more commitment, more budgetary allocation to basic education, the situation will continue as it is now, and it will be worse. So there is a need for government to make sure that basic education is given the necessary attention. If the foundation is weak, I don't see what we can build on it. So we must, as a nation, redefine our basic education. What do we want to achieve after our children have gone through the basic education? Do we just want them to go through the system or prepare them for secondary education? We need to look at that critically. So the issue is not about wholesale promotion, but rather the quality that we give to them. If we don't provide the necessary infrastructure, what are they going to, where will the teachers teach? Because when you go to some of the basic schools, they are still under what? Trees. Tables and chairs or furniture is a big problem. Teaching learning materials are not available. So we need to take a second look or a critical look at our basic education and make sure that we provide the necessary materials that are needed for the teachers to perform their task. Mr. Speaker, we are also in a situation where we have given much priority to secondary education, neglecting the basic education. Nobody is saying that we should not encourage everybody to go to senior high school, but the issue is that where we are now, there's a need for us to make sure that provision is made equally at all levels. Mr. Speaker, although we are practicing a free senior high school system, the challenge there is also contributing to the poor quality education that we are having. Mr. Speaker, the double-track system is affecting quality of education in the country. I am saying so because you realize that students who are under the double-track system are unable to make the number of weeks that they have to do in the senior high school. Especially the first year students who are now going to the second year. They did less than 25 weeks. A whole year, less than 25 weeks. What, have they been able to cover the syllabus? The answer is no. So it has become the norm that many parents will have to employ teachers to teach their wards outside the school hours or when on holidays. So we need to look at that carefully and make sure that we provide the necessary materials, infrastructure-wise, at the senior high schools, so that all the trusts or all the year groups can go to school at the same time and break at the same time. Until we do that,
we will have a challenge with the quality of education we are having in the senior high schools. And Mr. Speaker, the role of the PTAs is very key in our educational system. But what we have now, especially at the secondary school, is parents' association. So parents hold meetings without the teachers. They don't want to, government doesn't want the teachers to be involved in the parents' issues. And that is not helping, because over the years, before this time, parents and teachers will meet and they have the opportunity to discuss matters that affected their wards. This time you can only do it on individual basis, and that is not helping very much. The contributions of parents or the PTAs have also declined very much, such that government wants to take all the burden, which we know is not possible. So there's the need for us to redefine our basic education very well. Then also the teacher education, that is about the colleges of education. How do we make sure that the teachers who come out of colleges of education, who are now even degree holders, perform better? Mr. Speaker, supervision at the district level, that is the district education offices, is very, very poor. We need to resource the district education offices to make sure that supervision is done at all times that schools are in session. Why do we say that the private schools are doing better than the public basic schools? It is because of supervision. So we need to strengthen our inspectorate divisions so that more supervision, more time is given to supervision, more resources are made available so that we can achieve what we want to achieve in the shortest possible time. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that at this time we make sure that what is needed, the facilities that are needed, are provided as enshrined in the Constitution, Article 25 of the Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I want to make a suggestion that, as you did for the Minister for Interior yesterday, that it should be around when the statement, before the statement was made. I would appeal also that matters of this nature, especially with education, the Minister will be furnished with a copy in advance so that he can also make a meaningful contribution and brief the House adequately on what they are doing to arrest the situation as outlined by the Speaker, by the maker of the statement. On that note, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Aswase.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by commending the maker of the statement for bringing our attention to what we all know already. Mr. Speaker, without repeating some of the reasons for the poor quality of education, I just want to say that it's a failure on all of us. We are failing the future of our country by our actions and inactions over the years. Mr. Speaker, we've been toiling with the education in this country for a very long period of time, where we keep changing the system depending on which government comes and goes, without able to sit as people to agree to what we all want so that we could all champion it regardless of which government is in power and which government is in opposition. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the current trend, it's so worrying that very few people will want to take their children to public schools, especially at the basic level. You will see, even with the greatest of respect, people with very low income, like security people, drivers, and those who even do petty trading, because of their desire to get the right education for their wards, are forced to take their children to private schools, what we call in the South here as international schools. And Mr. Speaker, you go there to realize that those who are doing the teaching are people who have unfortunately not been able to make it after writing their WASI exams to go to university.
and then they use that as temporary stopgap in trying to better their results. They are those who are teaching at the international school. And Mr. Speaker, the sad thing, which all of us are failing to talk about openly and proudly, or talk about boldly and openly, is that most of these private schools, Mr. Speaker, when it is time for exams, they invest in getting questions for their awards, so that people will say that their school is doing well. So to see these children, they get these excellent results from these schools, they get to SS, it's a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, it is something that we have to look at dispassionately as people. Then you get to SS, Mr. Speaker, the mass production. Mr. Speaker, I'm privileged to have attended the very secondary school that you attended, Tamale Secondary School. And Mr. Speaker, you remember that from Form 1, when you write exams, they will paste the exam results from the first person to the last person. And then when it gets to Z35, then they rule. These are the people who go to Form 2A. Then the next one, those who go to Form 2B. In that order, till those they will say, half of these people, they will have to repeat. And even with the repeating, they will still have a line, half of these people, they are not fit to be in Tamale Secondary School, they are dismissed. I remember that in Tamale Secondary School, in the 80s when we were there. And Mr. Speaker, even to do science or whichever subject, it's the same criteria. Because they will take you from Form 1 to Form 2 to Form 3. Then when you are going to Form 4, then even if you want to do science and the school sees that you don't have the capacity to do it, the school prevents you. Because they are not just going to allow you to just say, I want to do this, and therefore pick it and go. Today, we are saying that no JSS child will be left behind. It's beautiful. It's excellent. But must they all go to senior secondary school? Why are we not going to do the grading system? Looking at your results, yes, we cannot throw you into the open street. But for you, you must go and do technical education. Because your result shows you cannot proceed. So we do that categorization. Yes, we will not want you to fall out. Go and learn a skill. Those who may have excellent results and still want to learn a skill, let them learn a skill. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if we can follow what Germany and many other countries are doing. Why should a child complete senior secondary school in our country without any skill? We must make it mandatory that once you are in this, you must learn at least one skill. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who grew up in the urban poor communities, for not wanting to put all your eggs in one basket, I and my siblings, there's no way my mother will allow you to say that you are only going to school. No, you must learn the other profession. So I had to go to a fitting shop. My other siblings had to go to a dressmaking shop. She said that, oh, if this one fails, you have a fallback position. Mr. Speaker, it was sad when I had to take my first child to KNUST, and he was giving Unity Hall, my favorite, my hall, where I was. Proudly, I got there and realized that the room that we were 2 occupied, now the students, they were 6. Mr. Speaker, this was 10 years ago. No. Then I confronted one of the lecturers. I said, hey, what is this? They said, hey, our time is gone. Oh. I said, what do you mean by that? That, hey, now the class, Mr. Speaker, when I was doing my BSc, the class were 40, and they said this is the largest class they've seen. He says now the BSc class, there could be over 1,000. I said, how can you lecture over 1,000 students at a time and not just get the kind of results that we are getting? Mr. Speaker, I'm privileged to be assisting at UPSA, a master class, and they are 70-something, a master class. When I was doing my master's, the largest, they said that was the largest class, we were 18. Today, a master's class, and they are over 500. Why are we deceiving ourselves? That we are educating people. We are just joking. We are just playing with the future of our country. And Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt we are having this kind of poor performance that we are seeing. The earlier we all wake up to the realization that, yes, it is good to educate everybody. But it doesn't mean that everybody must go and do only reading subjects. We can categorize ourselves to those who have to learn skills,
those who have to do the reading subjects, those who want to do other things. We cannot just be doing this mass production and expect a different result. Because, Mr. Speaker, now the biggest danger that confronts us in this country is graduate unemployment. Because the number of graduates that we are churning out, as against the vacancies that are there, they just don't match. And Mr. Speaker, for those of us who have great opportunity to employ people, it's shocking, Mr. Speaker, when you are in an interview, we are trying to interview people to pick them for a job. Mr. Speaker, you wonder, say, did you say you finished university? Say yes. And you look at the results, second class upper, some of them even first class, and you are wondering the kind of communication that you are having with that person. And you just see that the person, the job you want to give him or her, he or she can just not do it. Now, go to most of the big shops, Mr. Speaker. People are importing Indians and Lebanese to take care of their debts and other things. Because apart from this lack of proper education, we are so dishonest. Nobody wants to talk about that. Anybody who is involved in business here who can attest to the fact that our children that we are churning out, they cheat during exams. They've been doing all this cheating, so by the time they finish, they are good at cheating. So you employ them, their first thing is how will they steal from the business. They are thinking of killing the business. They just think that you the one who has established the business, you there, they have a balance in Kumasi, you there, you are finished. God has already blessed you. So they can collapse the business for you. Many of us here have this life experience. Why? It is come from our educational system. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter. I really wish the Minister for Education, even though he's not here, would take the clip and begin to ask, what do we do? And I want to plead with all of us, Mr. Speaker, the excessive partisanship is not helping us, because we are not able to sit around the table and agree on what we want to do as people. We've divided ourselves so much so that if I'm in government today, I say this is the way we should go right. Tomorrow you are in government, you say we should go left. And we are tossing our kids left, right, center. And we expect a different result. We are just deceiving ourselves. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to once again thank the maker of the statement and urge that we as people should take this very serious. Other than that, the future of our country will definitely be jeopardized. With the kind of system that we are running, we cannot expect a better Ghana with this kind of results. Let's call spade a spade. Our country is in real danger, and the earlier we wake up, the better. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to have contributed.
Yes, first Deputy Speaker.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a comment on just two things. One, my friend, the honourable member of Asawase, has raised a very critical issue about something that is lacking in our educational system, and that is an education that builds values. What value do we teach our children who go through our educational system? By the time we leave school, we are not loyal to our country. We are dishonest, and often we are careless about public property. I don't know how we can inculcate that in our educational system, but if you ask me, Mr. Speaker, it is something that is lacking, is missing. In a properly organized educational system, every product of the school must demonstrate that you can trust him or her with public property. You can expect him or her to take care of public property, public funds, and you can expect him or her to account properly for anything given in care of that person. Unfortunately, I don't see any such thing in our educational system from nursery through to the university. Indeed, what I've observed recently as primary school election, in which at the primary school level, a contestant is promising to provide 2 plates of food to every student when he's not the one providing the funds, but he's promising that, copying some of the irresponsible things we do and say as politicians. Mr. Speaker, I think it is time, as suggested by my friend, it is time we sat around the table and discussed what we call education. What is it that we call education? So easy to say, I've gone through schools, I'm educated. Yes, he can speak English, he can add, he can multiply, so we call it education. But often, if you take any one of us, take the courses we have done, and put what we have studied within our community, you find that it is worthless. I've studied political science, studied social science, I've studied this. Put all the theories you studied within your community and see whether any of them will fit in your community. This is why I think that we should review what we call education. And Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about an education that takes us away from the wealth of our land. Anybody who has gone through high school or senior high school today doesn't want to touch filth, doesn't want to work on the land. He wants to be dressed as like us sitting in the office. Recently, I granted an interview and I said that our kind of education should not be called education, it's called miseducation, because the wealth of our land is where we are not educated to use our intellect at. So sometimes I'm surprised when we complain that, this agreement is not helping us. What is in the land? You need somebody else's technology to be able to take it. You need somebody else's technology to even determine that there's gold in your land. You need somebody else's capital to be able to extract it. How much do you expect to get? How much? If the person brings his technology, he brings his money and his expertise, and you, at best, you are going to work as a laborer on the person's field. How much do you expect to get? So, Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is that we should rethink this whole thing we call education. It is time we put aside our politics. Indeed, it's very frustrating. In here, in Parliament, we collaborate a lot more than outside Parliament. In Parliament, we can sit and negotiate, agree, add and subtract from anything. But outside Parliament, at the party level, there's no collaboration. At the executive level, there's no collaboration. In the end, what we get to is we do the talking, but the implementation is totally different from what is that. My edge is that this House should stand together and urge the educational management system, or probably the national management system, to rethink what we call education and focus education on building people with integrity, building people with loyalty to the country, and building people who value what is in our earth. Education taking us to work on our land, to assess the value and create wealth from our land. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, let me associate myself with the major
Honourable members, this is a very important topic. That's why we are spending some time on it. So after him, I'll take two more, and then we can move on.
The able statement made by Professor Hamza, several aspects of this have been discussed. I'm just taking the stakeholders who are critical to education as a key part of this important issue. We have almost centralized education to the point that it is something the government is initiating and giving to the people. Education has never been like that. From antiquity to present times, the whole idea is that it is community-based, and therefore key stakeholders must participate in that educational process. And so in our country, we have designed it in such a way that the mission units are a key part of it. Every village you go, there's the Presbyterian school, the Methodist school, the Catholic school, the Musamadisto Christo school. What are they doing? If you look at the plush buildings of these churches against the school buildings next to it, it is not something that we should write home about. It is so disappointing that they don't participate any longer because they have been absorbed by the government. And so those schools are existing in isolation. And all the critical resources that are key to their survival may not be available. And when some of these institutions seek to participate in the school system, we have district directors, we have head teachers who are not interested because they want to run it the way they want to run. That has been a bane to the development of quality education in our country. In view of these critical elements that are part of this whole universal stakeholders, again, another important thing is our education system has been designed in such a way that when children progress to the next grade, the whole school comes together in what we call SPAM, School Performance Appraisal Meeting. At this meeting, the teachers are present, parents are present, chiefs are present, churches and imams are present. And now they discuss the outcome, for example, the recent BEC. So that if a subject is falling behind, then remedial processes that can be developed are made, suggestions are made. Now, at this appraisal meeting, we begin to see that there's a trend. Year 3, they were not doing well. Year 4, they were not doing well in English. So what is the problem with English in this school? Is it because we don't have good quality teachers? Or is it because the students are not learning? Then we find all the solutions and we apply them. When you leave Accra on the coast stretch, all the way from Accra through Kasua, Cape Coast, Takoradi to Aguna Kwanta, we have the highest concentration of highly educated teachers who should be teaching the children there. Interestingly, what are they doing there? They are all enrolled in programs in Accra, they are enrolled in programs in Winnipeg, they are enrolled in programs in Cape Coast. So they are pursuing their higher degrees. When they write a thing on the blackboard, they jump on the next trot to go to University of Cape Coast. They are MPhil students, PhD students. So all these people are teachers who are being paid, but what is the delivery that we are getting? What is the league table of these schools that we are getting? At the end of the day, the school performance appraisal meeting, what are we getting out of that meeting? The results that we have received, is it adequate to really help us to determine that English was good this year, next year English was not good? We have even suggested that the process of grading the BECE is fraudulent, is false, the standardized system, because the children are already programmed. You have 4% getting the highest, the next 7%, the next 12%, the next 20%, then it comes down that way. So essentially, every child is predetermined where they will fall when they write the BECE. So when it happens, we cannot compare this year's BECE to last year's BECE, because it may be 85% was what was for the first 4%. This year, it may be 35%. They will still fall within the same category. Our education system, it needs a resurgence where we are community participation of parents, of mission units, of people who are dedicated to transform the system must be involved. Is it the system that is not allowing them, or is just everybody is apathetic to the situation? Mr. Speaker, if we don't step up and we continue to hear more practice at the basic level, in several places during this BEC, just results released 2 weeks ago, children in certain school communities were required to pay 2 cedis before their exam script will be picked up. We have had situations where directors collected monies to give it to vigilators. If we don't step up, this country, we will go to the hospital and we have nurses who cannot read your lab results. We have doctors who are going to operate your leg for your head. We need to do something. This is the time. If we fail in education, we have failed in everything, because the basic transformation has not taken place. If we still continue to teach agriculture in our universities, and the predominant number of people who are farmers in this country continue to use cutlass and burn and slash, how are we going to feed ourselves in this country? Something must happen. Our education system must be transformed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Katie Hammond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important topic, and I've always sought the opportunity to contribute. I intend to contribute today, Mr. Speaker, with respect to a minimal aspect of it. And that really, Mr. Speaker, it's for me, the amount of time we've set down for education of the youth. And of course, going forward, Mr. Speaker, what is it that we intend them to do? Speaker, I heard my colleague from Asawase and all those who have contributed. Obviously, they harken back to our past. Speaker, when the likes of us started with our education, Speaker will recall that there was a system of a primary school 6-year education. There was a middle school 4 years education, and of course then there was the secondary school Form 5 and then the sixth form being the total of 7. And in that context, Mr. Speaker, you would have, if you ran the full course, you would have done about 17 years, Mr. Speaker, before, if you were privileged, you had the opportunity to go to the university, where some people entered at about a time when they were, some of them well within their 20s, some of them just about getting into their 30s. Some were fairly mature. Mr. Speaker, then a system was introduced in this country where it was taught that, Mr. Speaker, the system, the country was wasting so much time on education. Some of us, Mr. Speaker, could not comprehend what exactly that meant. But Mr. Speaker, so the bottom line it became was this, that you have a 6-year primary education, Mr. Speaker, a 3-year JSS, and then a 3-year SSS. So, Mr. Speaker, from a period of about 17 years of pre-university education, we now have a period of basically 12 years pre-university education. Speaker, we shown off the total by about what? 12, 17, 5 years completely gone. But if we were studying the developed countries, I take Britain always as my starting point. Mr. Speaker, Britain introduced all these issues, all the education and all that we do in this country. We're also part of Commonwealth now. We're part of their colonial past. Mr. Speaker, that is not what is done in Britain. And I always had the example of the fact that we are taught the English language. They are taught in English language. Mr. Speaker, they spend at least 13 years, 13, but that is their language. We have to learn the language of English, and yet we have cut back even on the basic education of the English people by a year. So they do 13, we do 12 years. I haven't quite, Mr. Speaker, understood the purpose of this. Mr. Speaker, the worrying aspect of all of this, Mr. Speaker, is this, that we have also introduced a system which, by the indications I've just given, ensures that everybody, Mr. Speaker, ends up at the university. There was a question of his room that he went to check later and he found that there were 2 or whatever. Look at my block was the K block, Legon University, Legon Hall, and K block. Look at the time we were in there, we left the university in 1986. 1982, before we were beaten and sent home by the PNDC government. Mr. Speaker, we were 2. Those who have fond memories of the days. There will be 2 in a room. When I went back to check, I heard that there were so many people on campus, congestion in the classrooms and the dormitories and all of that. I went into the check. In my case, my room, there were 12 female students. Legon Hall and K block was always a male block. But when I went, there were ladies, and there were about 12 of them in one room. That's an indication, Mr. Speaker, of the issues that we are grappling with. I mean, 12 people in the room. How did they do it? And then you talk about the 10 or 500 or so students in the classroom. I'm going to check on the political science department, Mr. Speaker, one day. And when I went, the lecturer had a megaphone in his mouth, megaphone. And I wondered what he was doing. with all respect, it wasn't a fanfare, it wasn't an outdoor function or anything. It was a lecture hall. I mean, a lecture hall, and I was told that there were about 2,000 or so students. Mr. Speaker, it's a little difficult, the system that we created. In the end, Mr. Speaker, then it comes to, what do you call it, employment. But even before it comes to the employment, step back again to the education, the facility itself. Something has entered into the lexicon of the country, of the education system of the country, the entry, and of course subsequently into the employment avenue, Mr. Speaker, they call protocol. Mr. Speaker, everything in this country is now beginning to look like a protocol, and nobody seems to understand it. The Honorable Ben Kumbwa, Dr. Ben Kumbwa, former leader of the House, Mr. Speaker, made some comments, and they keep on regurgitating it, and I think they call it a jingle or something, one of the radio stations. He says this, I will try to quote. If I get it wrong, I will paraphrase. Everything in this country is now turned to protocol, and he took decisions that a lot of people weren't happy with when he became eventually the health minister. And he said this, well, if it is protocol, just wait when you get involved in the road accidents, and the only person who is at the emergency to look after you is a nurse who had to enter the nursing training school on the back of protocol, and who is going to decide on whether you live or you die. Mr. Speaker, it's become a very difficult issue for us. I mean, MPs are stressed all over. It is protocol, use your protocol. Which protocol? Where do we have the protocol? And then, Mr. Speaker, it now permeates the question of employment. There is no way the government of the country, Mr. Speaker, I see the young lady member from Kulote Kole, honorable member, is on her feet. I think she wants a point of order. I'm prepared to give way.
Actually, I don't think you are out of order, but I don't know whether she wants to share information with you or something. Yes. Honorable Dr. Zaneto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was just hoping to make a bit of a correction to the fact that the current system, which is the SHS and the JHS, is not the original system that was instituted in the 90s. I'm a product of the JSS and SSS, and it had a more practical dimension to it, where there were certain compulsory practical subjects like technical skills, like agric science, and technical drawing and vocational skills, for example. So just for the information of the House, that the current system that we are looking at, there was no appraisal done of the JSS and SSS system to say it was not working, and that was the reason why it was changed to the current system, which we see is as a less practical and more theory with fewer subjects at the point in time. So it was just to add that bit of information. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there's a familiar twist or tweak to the argument. But, Speaker, I wasn't comparing it to GSS, previous GSS, the current GSS. I'm actually talking about the curriculum as we had it during our days, the time that we had the primary 17-year, the basic 17 years education before university, and what we have now. I guess from what she's saying that there's probably some argument as to some fine details about some previous JSS or GHS and then the current SS. But honorable member, that's really not my twist. It's not my argument. Essentially, when we have to spend so much time in school compared to how many years that we spent in school now, and of course I was coming to the point about the product from our schools and our universities. There is no system, even in the advanced countries, where the systems are fairly stable, fairly established, that a government, the system can itself, the governmental system, Mr. Speaker, can produce employment for everybody. It is well nigh impossible. It can't do it. But here we are. The system is produced so many of our younger brothers and sisters, our sons and daughters, to the extent that it has become an issue. How does the government do it? And the government does it just by the use of the public service, absorbing them into the public service system. How many spaces, Mr. Speaker, how much space is there in the public service for the system to absorb all of them? Again, in our country, we are not so developed industrially. I mean, to be able, as individuals, businessmen, as an enterprise, to be able, Mr. Speaker, to absorb all the teeming youth, Mr. Speaker, that we have produced. There is a problem, Mr. Speaker. How it is resolved, I am not speaking as the Minister of Education. He saw here, I saw him around. I'm not speaking as he's here. I'm glad he's here. He's listening. There is a problem. It isn't a problem for the government of MPP to resolve today as I speak. It isn't the government of NDC, which they should have resolved last time. It needs consensus. There needs to be a real sitting down, real focus, homing in on the issues of education, and of course, subsequently, what we do with the children that we are producing, the students that are coming out in terms of their employment prospect. It's an issue, Mr. Speaker, the nation has to look at. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement on the decline of quality education in Ghana, presented to us by Professor Hamza Adam. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important area of reflection, especially because if you look at Ghana from independence to date and ask yourself whether we have attained the level of development we have been waiting for and we have been fighting for, it will give you a clear definition whether our education has been quality or not, and whether we have achieved the best we can. I looked at the statement, Mr. Speaker, and I noticed the definition of quality education by UNESCO, as quoted by the presenter of the statement. And he said, quality education is anchored in three broad principles: the need for relevance, for quality, for equality of access and outcome, and for proper observance of individual rights. This is very close to Pluto's definition of education, which encompasses the rights of people and the relevance of the education we attain. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if education will have any meaning, it should be solving the problems of the day and the problems confronted by the people. And if we ask ourselves whether that happens or not, the answer indeed will not be positive. Mr. Speaker, painfully, I noticed the Speaker, the make of the statement referred to the withdrawal of students from the University of Ghana because of poor performance. I had my experience. I was in Wa 2 months ago, and a few students came to me, a number of students came to me, and they wanted me to speak to their headmistress for one reason, for a major reason for me, was that they said that they had been withdrawn from school. And I asked them why they were withdrawn. And they said that it was because they didn't perform up to the scratch. It means their grade point average was below the expected. And that if they give them the chance for another 1 year, they will make it up. So I told them, well, there are certain things we go into to help young people, but not when you are not performing. Like Honorable Katie Amor has made reference to protocol. These things cannot help you when you come for protocol arrangements. How can I call a headmistress and say, oh, this person is my constituent, he didn't perform up to scratch, but you take care, still take care on. And indeed, that is a nurse. That is in the nursing school. So it is one thing that we have to reflect on deeply to see whether where we are going is where we want to go. Whether the curriculum we are running is the curriculum we want to go. I have seen several young people who finish school. Their major aim is not to work on their own or to think about how they can be of use to society by the education they receive, but how somebody can use them, either by giving them a job or government to employ them. So we don't teach our young people to go beyond the levels where they can be used as laborers, as workers in some organizations, as white-collar job people, and just that. I mean, so the whole understanding is that you have been trained to be used by somebody. If nobody uses you, then you are unemployed. The Speaker, is not good. Whatever the situation is, whether the performance is good or not, the mindset of our young people, the levels of the curriculum we have defined have limits that we can't rely on into the future. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy the Minister of Education is here. This is something we have to reflect on. Is this curriculum what we want to run with? Are the students, the people we teach and who come out to law look for white-collar jobs, is the reason for education? But, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I'll pay tribute to a school in my constituency, Fongo GHS. The EA means English Arabic. Mr. Speaker, this is a school located in Wa and has, in the last 2 years, shown difference in their performance in the GHS exams. This year, Mr. Speaker, they got 8 ones. The worst performance out of 62 is aggregate 13. And the 8 people got 8 ones. It's so impressive. The performance is so impressive that, Mr. Speaker, if given the opportunity, I would like to make a statement on them and appreciate what the teachers are doing. Mr. Speaker, so for the statement we are looking at, I think that Ghana needs to resit and revisit what we call quality education. The quality education we are looking at in the generic form, which is quoted by the United Nations, should not be our quality education. Our quality education should tackle how we are using the lands that we have, how we are using the resources available to us, how we can get people to go and be able to extract the resources that we are handing over as if it's a gift to companies who are coming into Ghana. Whether we can get our young people grow into believing in themselves and believing in Ghana. Whether we can arrange an educational system which will bring up graduates who will temper with their own potential and who will move into other countries and exploit, come back to Ghana and invest. Mr. Speaker, not the one that is a beggar, not the one who is looking for employment somewhere, not the one who is in a queue trying to go to the United States or to Europe. Mr. Speaker, we want those who can believe in themselves, who can believe in their competence, who can look forward and say, this is what I want to be, without waiting for somebody else to employ them. Mr. Speaker, we can do that, and we can do it, and it is possible. And I will end up here and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity and to request our minister to begin thinking about changing the curriculum we have now, which is basically speaking English. If you fail in English, if you fail in English after getting all A's and fail in English, Mr. Speaker, or B or C in English, you can't enter medical school. It's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. That shouldn't be the level and quality of education we are looking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm not sure whether the minister heard all what has been said to be given the opportunity to respond. I'm not too sure, but if you think you can, I'll give you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the wonderful opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleague, Honorable Rachel Purple, in congratulating the public school in West Central that have done so well. And he says a number of them are 8-1s. That tells me the standards are going up and not going down. I'm also surprised to see another colleague talking about standards are falling. And in his constituency, he has great schools that are doing so well. Sakafia Senior High School. When we came to government, it was a small school. Today, Sakafia is doing so well. And I'll be, the people of Sakafia, the students of Sakafia will be shocked. They'll be shocked to hear their member of parliament say standards are falling. Sakafia is rising. Kumasi Academy, another school.
Honorable Minister, I'm surprised. You are introducing something different from the import of the statement. You are introducing something different. There are spots of sparkles. Nobody doubts that one, and that has not been questioned. It's a generality that is being brought up, and the relevance of the type of education we are pursuing. Both sides of the political divide agree on this, and they are looking like for a change to make it more relevant, more practicable, what we really need as a country. So please, some of these things you are referring to, some in their submissions have referred to them. It is not this government, and nobody has said this government is what is causing the decadence of education. No, 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 no. They've traced it, even mentioning from the time of PNDC. So don't be like you are on the defensive. That's why I said I'm not sure you heard sufficiently enough to be able to respond. Can I give you opportunity to come back with a statement later on education? Because I'm very much interested in this matter.
Mr. Speaker, when the statement said the quality, there's a decline, Ghanaians are watching us. Mr. Speaker, my colleague asked the question of changing curriculum. Curriculum has been changed. So many different things are happening now. There has been a change in curriculum. And it's the implementation of that curriculum that is leading to improvements that we are seeing in a number of schools across the country. Mr. Speaker, the literacy rate that we have in this country, that was at a point in time 2% for primary 2 students in terms of proficiency, has risen to 38%. We are not where we need
proficiency to be. In what?
Reading, primary 2.
Reading what?
Reading, literacy, reading.
English or Twi?
English.
Is that our language?
English. 2%.
That is one of the challenges they have pointed out. You don't develop any society using another society's language. It is something we have to look at. Please, maybe you need to take the official report, go through it, and then come out with a comprehensive statement, because we are the leaders. The political leaders are here. We are those who work on the manifestos of the various political parties. If we see there is a problem with our educational system, we have to lead and make sure that it's changed. We all agree in this country that corruption is systemic. And so the best way of solving corruption is to change the system. But we are not prepared to change that system. But we keep on blaming each other. We talk about education, and we know the problem. It's a joint effort. Nation building is a joint effort. We have formal and we have informal. Most of the contribution is based on formal. What about the informal sector? At our family levels, at our societal levels, what do we do to assist in education? Please. So it's not about now or yesterday or this thing. Generally, we've seen that we are backsliding. Generally. Even with the introduction of these new policies we are talking about, we are still backsliding. The type of education we are doing is, to tell you the least, is not relevant to our environment as a country. Please, I think I will give you another opportunity to come with a statement on this matter so that we look at it again. Honorable members, Honorable Minister, you see you want to continue?
Mr. Speaker, the statement that I was responding to said, statement on the decline of quality education. That was the heading, decline. I'm not saying the decline happened here or not. I'm telling what we have done in order to attempt to arrest the decline. So, Mr. Speaker, if with your permission, I can speak to attempts that we have made. I can speak to STEM education. I can speak to other interventions that has been done. Definitely, we are not where we need to be. But we are taking steps.
Minister, the statement is not saying that nothing has been done to bring a change. First, let's admit there is a decline. Then, as we go through that, now you can now be bringing in the interventions that will turn things around. But to start the way you started, it's like to say that what the statement stated is not true. And I beg to differ. Please, I said I'll give you enough time to come back another day on this issue. Yes, I can see Honourable Member for Asawase. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw my colleague, the Minister for Education's attention. Mr. Speaker, you admitted a statement under Order 70 or 71, or 70, 71 or 72. And in commenting to those statements, we as a House are restricted to speak to the limitations of the statement. If you want to make another statement, he can come and make that statement, and then we can contribute to his statement with his own limitation, because they are not supposed to generate debate. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the way he's talking, you are right to say, it's like he's on the defensive. He's saying that what the statement has been purported to have, reported is inaccurate. But Mr. Speaker, this is exactly the problem we are having. Because we've reduced education in our country to scores of grades. Either you scored A or you scored 1. But all of us sitting in this chamber who are at least 45 and above know that it is not about scoring A or scoring 1 that shows that you are well educated or not well educated. It is about the product of the A and the 1s. When they come out, what do we see? Is the one we are talking about. Yes, he can come to make another statement with his own limitation and Order 70 as a minister, telling this House what he has done. Then we can contribute to that one. But for now, the statement before us is what I gave you a copy to read. If you want to make comment, it's supposed to be within that statement. You cannot be making a statement outside that statement. Mr. Speaker, I thought that we need to draw his attention, because you are right. He rushed in. He hasn't even heard all what everybody has said, and he's making a defensive statement as if his ministry is under attack. I don't think all the comments that were made were attacking your ministry or the Ministry of Education or attacking even this government. No, we are talking generally about the nature of education in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the minister's attention will be drawn to that.
No, I will allow the minister to come with a statement on this matter. I know him very well, and he passionately wants to always defend his record. I've listened to him on TV, radio, and the rest. But the import of this statement is different from what you're saying. And that is why I want to encourage you to rather come with a statement differently focused for us to look at as a house. Majority Chief, you were on your feet. Oh, you are now.
With respect, I think that this house will help you to manage and guide the house. I thought that a number of things were raised during the contribution to the statement. And let me put it on record. I called the minister to come because the subject matter related to his ministry is being discussed. You will not listen. And so he came in. Honorable Mutaka, it is not correct that he rushed in. No, you made that statement. I don't think it's fair. I called him to come and listen because the subject matter related to his ministry is being discussed. And Speaker, I don't want to overly litigate and drag this matter, but you have given a direction, and I thought that was what I was also entertaining. That for us to have an absolute assessment of the subject matter, probably we can't deal with it, the nuance of this subject matter. And I heard the first Deputy Speaker when he spoke. We are not looking at just a term or a particular year of a particular government. We are looking at the bigger picture. And hence, we can't deal with this matter on the House floor. So probably I was thinking that the Speaker in his wisdom will do some referral that the Committee on Education should engage the Minister. There they can do a detailed assessment of the subject matter. But now the Speaker has given directives that the Minister should come with a statement. I think we should all go by that, and we urge the Minister to do it. Nobody is saying that his ministry is under judgment. We are looking at an absolute concern about concern related to the educational sector. And we are not relating it to any government or fund. So, Speaker, I think we'll go by your directives, and as you have directed, that we'll allow the Minister to come to this House floor and present some statement to this effect.
Honorable members, I will allow the Minister to come with a statement on this matter and put before the House his perspectives for us to look at. Based on that, if there's a need for us to refer the matter to the subject matter committee to sit with other stakeholders for us to review the whole educational sector, then we'll do so. I think that's the proper thing to do. Because as you know, statements should not be reduced to debate. They are just comments to be made. And so we want that to be done. And as you come, Minister, please, as you come, it will be very good if you have some data that will assist the House. Because you are in charge of the sector. You may not be making general statements like the ordinary members. So come with some data on how things are being turned around, and we could all be looking at whether to go with the steps that are being taken now or to introduce new initiatives to change things. But more importantly, the issue of values, ethics, those issues of integrity, the honesty, those issues that have been raised, if you may come out with statements to show how they are being addressed, it will be important to all of us. And how relevant is the education now to the situation in our country? How is it helping us to solve the challenges, the problems that we are facing as a nation? With this, honorable members, I think we've come to the end of statements. We have other things that we have to move to, and to receive some important guests. So I'll take a few things and hand over to the First Deputy Speaker. So members will recall that a few days ago, I stopped the honorable member for Boko Central, right? Honorable Mama Yanga, from laying a petition. I think the time is up now for him to do so. And then we move to some other papers to be laid, which are, my attention has just been drawn to them. They are quite urgent. Then we can move to bills. Yes, so Honorable Mama Yanga, you can do so now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Order 76(1)(3) and Appendix A of our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, I wish to present a petition by customers of defunct Gold Coast Fund Management. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Order 76(3), I move that the petition be read, and I also move pursuant to Order 76(3) that the petition be referred to a committee pursuant to Order 191 of our standing orders, which deals with the constitution of special or ad hoc committees to look into matters referred to it by Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if you so indulge, the clerk may be directed pursuant to Order 76(3)(5) of our standing orders, 76(5) of our standing orders, to read the petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I will direct the clerk to read the petition. In a summary, we have received so many petitions on this subject matter. Government has responded in a number of ways, and in some of our official documents, including budget statements, government has indicated action taken in some of these things. But we are still receiving more petitions, and so it's important that we delve into the matter. So the clerk should read the salient points of the petition, which is just the honorable member presenting the petition has captured it in about 8 paragraphs, and then the release being sought are only 2. Then from there, I can proceed to make the necessary directives. So, clerk, please proceed to read the petition.
Wherefore, your petitioner prays that this Honorable Parliament should investigate and establish what has accounted for the government failure to pay the customers of the defunct Gold Coast Fund Management. 2. This Honorable House compels the government to pay the customers of the defunct Gold Coast Fund Management their investment in the fund since Parliament approved the budget, a request by government. Petitioner signed, Charles Nyame.
Honorable Clerk, you haven't finished. Who are those who signed?
Petitioners: Bernard Ajekum, East Legon Hills; Rosemont Mensah Gronsky; Nathaniel Mensah; Ebenezer Estates, opposite Millennium City Junction; and David Opoku. The first petitioner is Charles Nyame.
Honorable members, this petition is signed by 5 petitioners. He just read the names to you. The addresses and telephone numbers are part of the particulars on the petition. I will proceed to establish a committee to receive the petition, investigate and report to the House. I will propose that the committee be chaired by Honorable Joe Gatti. The committee will be chaired by Honorable Joe Gatti, and the other members will include Honorable Neil Ante Edwin Vanderpoy, Honorable Dr. Benjamin Yeboah Secre, Honorable Gisela Tete Abotui, Honorable Kwasi Ameyao Chreme, and 2 technical experts, Dr. Theophilus Achampon and Mr. Antonio Kese. This committee, under the chairmanship of Honorable Joe Gatti, will go into the petition and report to the House. I propose we give them 3 months. 3 months. 1 month will be too short. 3 months. If there is any challenge, the committee is meeting, the committee could kindly get in touch with me and we see how we facilitate the investigations of the committee. I thank you so much. I didn't go into details because the terms of reference and everything are in the petition. They are all in the petition. And I'm sure, as I said, if there are any other challenges, please kindly let me know. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, drawing our attention, if I guess we are ready to take item 6, but before then,
let me then finish. Honorable members, I so direct. Now, my attention is drawn to some urgent matter, which I wanted the minister to deal with. It is in connection with the laying of a business from the Ministry of Roads and Highways, the National Roads Authority Bill is something that has just been brought to my notice as an urgent matter. I want the minister to present it so we can refer to a committee to report first on the urgency or otherwise of the bill, and then from there we can proceed. So please, with your kind indulgence, I want to go to the public business. And so at the commencement of public business, order paper addendum 2, presentation and first reading of bills. Minister for Roads and Highways.
An act to establish the National Roads Authority to plan, develop, maintain and manage the road network in the country and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the said bill is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration first as to the agency or otherwise of the bill, and then after that we can make the consequential orders or directives. Yes.
Speaker, I guess we can now take item 5. Item 5.
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the fact that there were some outstanding matters concerning statements. It had to do with the plight of road toll workers with disabilities. And this has been on for some time now. So if that could be taken once the minister is around, and from there we'll move on to, I would prefer us handling another important bill before questions. Yes. Honorable Member for Bolsa South, Honorable Clement Abbas Apak, you may make your statement now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make a statement on the plight of road toll workers with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I am most grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to make a brief but important statement on the plight of toll booth workers, albeit former, who are persons with disability. On Thursday, November 15, 2023, while we were here in this chamber for the presentation of the 2024 budget by the Finance Minister, 15 toll booth workers with disabilities were picked up by the Ghana Police Service on the premises of the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, this rather unfortunate incident follows the announcement made by the Minister of Roads and Highways exactly 2 years ago, declaring the cessation of road tolls on our highways to be replaced by the e-levy. Regrettably, the toll workers, including those with disabilities, were immediately instructed to go home without any proper arrangements for their welfare, despite assurances of reinstatement and continued salary payments. For the past 2 years, these toll booth workers with disabilities have been grappling with unemployment, leading to severe consequences such as homelessness and the inability to afford basic necessities. Their plight has been exacerbated by the lack of concrete plans to address the challenges posed by the sudden cessation of toll collection. On Thursday, November 14, 2023, the leadership of the toll booth workers with disabilities went to the Ministry of Roads and Highways to demand unpaid salaries and reinstatement, but spent the whole working day without being granted audience. They were informed that the minister was engaged in a conference and would be available to meet them the next day. With insufficient funds to travel back home, they slept overnight outside the gates of the ministry in order to make a second attempt the following day. On Wednesday, November 15, 2023, they gained entry into the ministry's premises to find cover from the mid-morning scorching sun after a minor scuffle with security men at the gates. They settled in the car park, and after waiting for the minister, 3 police cars drove in, and they were shortly circled by officers. They were picked up for assault and unlawful demonstration after a short interrogation and were sent to the Accra Central MTU. Having been detained for a few hours, they were released after they were made to write caution statements. This situation not only violates the dignity and well-being of persons with disability, but also infringes upon the Persons with Disability Act 2006, Act 715, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the African Protocol on Persons with Disabilities. I therefore wish to ask for your personal intervention and that of this House to help resolve this outstanding matter on behalf of the toll booth workers with disabilities. I am most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is a very short statement. I'll allow very short comments, starting with the minister, if he so wishes to do. He's not compelled to make a comment, but if there's any comment that he wants to make in this matter, he could do so now. I want to hear from both sides before we move on. Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank my colleague, Honorable Apako, for this important statement. Mr. Speaker, what the statement appears to deal with, the subject, very subject matter has come to my attention. What is being presented by my honorable colleague appears to be completely different from what was reported to me. The Speaker, as he himself rightly indicated, when the disabled people visited my ministry, I was not in. And that wasn't the first time of coming to the ministry. Actually, it was about either the second or the third time. And Mr. Speaker, it's on record that the first time they put in an appearance without notice though and met me, I warmly received them, and I received all of them in the ministry's conference room. And I listened to their concern, and I explained the situation to them. I even went further, even to refresh them, and we had good interaction. That day, they were again warmly received by one of my deputy ministers and those who were there. I wouldn't want to go to the extent of reporting of the misbehavior of some of them. Despite that attitude, the people and the officials in my office did not manhandle any one of them. Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity, the privilege to talk about the issues of toll booths and disabled persons on the floor of Parliament. And as we all know, this is a house of records, and I'm sure on all those occasions, the Hansard captured whatever I said. Yes. Mr. Speaker, if there is any need for any formal consent to be expressed again on the floor of Parliament, as Mr. Speaker, you may direct. I am ever ready and prepared if anybody should file a question or whatever, and I will apprise this August Honorable House with response. But I want to put it on record that my ministry has done nothing wrong. I want to put it on record that the government of President Akufo-Addo continues to deal with all disabled persons in this country with great concern and great touch. It may even not be long from now. There will be a clear statement on how disabled persons generally in this country are going to be looked after. It will not be long at all from now, because I am privy to the discussions currently going on, and not even limited to those who had the privilege to work in our toll booths. But I must also put it on record that all those who had privilege to work in the toll booths, were well treated in accordance with the dictates of the contract that related to their employment. So, if anybody says that the disabled people were shabbily, treated, and that they were not taken care of and they were not paid, it was not true. The government was even magnanimous. They were paid. They were paid even 2 months extra up to the end of 31st December 2021, if my memory serves me right. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I thought this was going to end it, but I can see 2 members. I'll give 2 minutes each. 2 minutes each. Yes, Honorable Zaneto.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. It's quite interesting that Minister for Roads is adorned with headgear that reminds us of Mobutu Sese Seko. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, it's rather unfortunate that we should be hearing such a statement today, given that the 3rd of December was the International Day on Persons Living with Disabilities. And I don't think it speaks well of us as a country that at this point in time we're having issues with some kinds of assaults on persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that persons living with disability are not looking for charity. They're simply looking for an equal opportunity to be able to be empowered, just like every other citizen in this country. And I believe that at this point in time, we should not be seeing them as charity cases and think we're doing them a favor. They are very much a part of us. And if we are to go by the theme of this year's Persons with Disability Day, which is United in Action to Rescue and Achieve the SDGs with and by persons with disability, I think it's long overdue that we actually made sure that persons living with a disability are allowed to the decision-making table rather than being given out the tokenism at the end of decisions being made, because they can help guide policy that will be inclusive in order to make sure that this theme is actually seen through to conclusion. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do commend the maker of the statement, and I do align with his sentiments on the fact that these persons are citizens with the same rights as the rest of us and are entitled to be treated with fairness and with equality before the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice for this short comment. Mr. Speaker, about persons with disability, it was very much hailed nationwide when the government in power then, as a matter of policy, did indicate that 50% of the toll workers were going to be people with disability. And indeed, they did help employ them at the toll booths. Kintampo North, for me to get to Kintampo, I passed through about 5 before I get there. And I did see them as such. Thumbs up for government then. Mr. Speaker, for it to happen that the Minister of Roads, we were all in this house, when the day he called, it was on this floor. He said they were stopping tolls because that was their policy. Your good self, Mr. Speaker, did indicate that was that not going to disturb, and maybe if they could hold on. It was not paid heed to. Now, what I will ask is, what alternative livelihood program have been established for the numerous disabled people who have been rendered jobless? What alternative livelihood has the minister made in place for them? That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement, Honorable Dr. Clement Appak, did indicate, and I'm not sure we should dispute this, it was viral on social media. Persons with disability rounded out by police. It's here, it's in the phone. If the Hansa department want, I'll tender it in. It's here. So, for the minister to say that the maker of the statement was trying to say something that is a bit untruth, I'm sure he's trying to be very economical with the truth rather. It's viral everywhere on social media. So I feel as a nation, like my sister said, we owe them a duty for them to live and to survive by their own effort to get something doing. So as a nation and as a house, I will plead that the minister be directed at least to consult His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for them to immediately, if not reopen toll booths, but they should have an alternative livelihood program for them to survive on. I'm grateful.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make a few comments about a statement ably made by Honorable Dr. Appak. I also want to thank the Minister for taking time to explain part of the circumstances surrounding the unfortunate situation. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that our colleague, the Minister, as a person, would not take a decision to cause what happened to our unfortunate compatriot at his ministry. But in an attempt to explain his point, he sought to give an impression that what our colleague said in his statement is different from what he had. what our colleague said was as simple as that some unfortunate citizens who were promised in this house during the 2020 budget session that the government have decided to cease the collection of road tolls, which, Mr. Speaker, was a policy in error from the beginning to the end. It was wrong according to the law because as of the time the minister took that decision to stop the collection of the tolls, he had no such power to do that. It is this house that causes tax to be collected, and a road minister cannot stop the collection of road tolls. And two, he has caused financial loss to the state because there was a gap between when the road toll was stopped. Mr. Speaker, I could see what you are saying.
I see that you are going beyond the boundaries of the statement.
Okay, let me move away from that. So, Mr. Speaker, indeed, the question to the minister is, who caused the arrest?
It is not question time.
Okay, for the minister to reflect on it. Find out who reported our compatriots to the police to be arrested. Is it somebody from your ministry? Because I don't see how somebody could cause arrest of somebody in my house if the house actually belongs to me. So maybe the minister should find out. Is this somebody from your ministry that caused the police to come to your ministry to arrest those people? And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the minister is saying that they have paid the toll workers. The promise made here by the finance minister was not about paying their severance pay. He said we will reassign them. So as Honorable Zaneto said, fortunately, members of parliament, we are burdened every day with people coming to ask us for alms. Give me money for rent. Give me money for this. Fortunately, they are only asking government to fulfill the promise of reassigning them so they can earn a living and look after their families. So, Minister, you are running away from the question. When are you going to reassign these people that you promised, your government promised here? But, Mr. Speaker, let us be careful. If people who are less able or people with disability take up the responsibility to look for work, got a job, and you unilaterally decide to take away that job and say you give them alternative job, it is a moral duty to fulfill that. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm told the number of them that are disabled are less than 100. If you cannot, as a country, prioritize to take care of disabled people who are already in employment because you don't have money, it is a problem. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe the government does not have money or positions to reassign these people. You can retrain them and put them somewhere. And I think that is why when the Minister of Finance said they will reassign them, I thought it was a good thing. It's not too late, Minister. Find a way of reassigning these people. They don't, in fact, there's no toll booth. They don't have to go to toll booth. You can retrain them, those who are trainable, and send them somewhere else. So this disgrace to all of us that as a country we are incapable of looking after the less privileged in our society, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't speak well of us. They are less than 100. Let's see what we can do to make sure these people get their job back. And I will encourage the victims. I'll call them the victims. Also, find ways of addressing the issue without breaking the law. But, Mr. Speaker, I feel the genesis of this was the manner in which the road tolls were cancelled. If we did a better way of consultation, Mr. Speaker, you had a cause to remind government to do the right thing. Maybe if they listen to you, Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't have been here. So I sympathize with our colleagues. I hope they have all been released without charge. And Mr. Minister, the next time you see or you hear disabled people are in your ministry and they've been arrested, find out and actually punish anyone who actually caused their arrest, because they are no criminals. They are citizens you promised job and have failed. If anybody needs to be punished, it is those who actually took their job and promised them alternative job who have failed to give them their job. They ought to be punished, not those people who are victims. Punishing victims in this country is a moral thing that we must all reflect on. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I sympathize with the disabled people who have been arrested at the road ministry. We believe they are just pursuing their rights, just as the rights of those whose bonds have been seized and later released They are just pursuing their rights under this constitution, and the minister, I believe, is a very kind-hearted person, would do well to protect the rights of the disabled people who had something to do with his ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I think we finished with the statement on our compatriots, and this is a statement on those who are physically challenged. They are not disabled. They are not disabled. We will have to relook at the act we passed. They are challenged, and they are more abled in various areas than many seated here, including myself. Because I grew up with them, I worked with them, and I know how able they are. Honorable members, during the debate, I noted comments on many of these areas, and I've actually put pen and paper together and written to the minister in charge of finance and requested that more money be provided for the Ministry of Roads and Highways for good reason. There are a number of ministries, and one of them is Roads and Highways. For good reason, based on the debate of the House on the budget. And so we are expecting that the minister will take note of this. Roads and Highways, education, energy, and some other sectors, and up the provision, so that they could take care of some of these things, particularly the concerns members raised about their constituencies and their constituents. With this, I will call on the Speaker to come and take the chair. Whilst I want to make this announcement, and I know that honorable members may recall that on 5th December 2023, a statement was made by both the majority leader and the majority chief whip to eulogize the late former majority leader, Honorable Felix Ajapong. Honorable members, I am informed that the remains of the late former leader will be brought to Parliament tomorrow, Thursday, 7 December 2023, for a short program to bid him farewell. The program will start at exactly 8 a.m. and will end 8:45 a.m. before the remains will be taken to the Christ the King Catholic Church, Accra. So I want to take this opportunity to kindly entreat all honorable members to come around and to file pass before the body is taken to Christ the King Catholic Church, Accra. There will be a detailed announcement using our usual channels in Parliament. So please listen to the announcement. You get the details of the funeral arrangements and try as much as possible to participate. That's the only way we can support each other as members of the same family. With this, I want us to take, according to the majority chief whip, he wants us to take one urgent question, which is standing in the name of the honorable member for Offenso South, Honorable Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku. Honorable member, if you are available, you may ask your question now. The Minister for Trade and Industry, kindly position yourself to answer the questions. With this, First Deputy to take the chair.
Wednesday. Very well. Item 5, urgent questions. Honourable Member for Finster South, Dr. Isaac Yaupok, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what measures the ministry is putting in place to safeguard the integrity of cement products on the market following the recent closure of the 3 cement factories for using inferior materials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the year 2018, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, in collaboration with the Ghana Standards Authority, held several meetings with the cement manufacturing companies in Ghana on increasing evidence of poor quality of cement products and reached agreement on the need for increased surveillance of cement manufacturing plants and products. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2021, the Ghana Standards Authority commenced quarterly surveillance of cement produced by factories in Ghana. The surveillance reports are shared with each company, and they may be guided by GSA with each company, and may be guided by GSA to undertake corrective actions or administrative penalties applied where necessary. As part of the surveillance exercise, samples of cement in markets are also purchased and tested to establish their compliance to the Ghana National Standard for Cement. It's referred to as the GS 1118 of 2016. The Ghana Standards Authority data confirms increased non-compliance to the declared weight and quality standards of cement. In some cases, non-approved materials are being used in the production of cement, posing risks of substandard hardness and durability. Based on this background, Mr. Speaker, surveillance was in 2020 to cover the raw materials used for cement manufacturing in all cement factories. Recently, 3 companies were shut down after they were found to be using quarry dust and unapproved material as a significant constituent for cement production. Obviously, we have to strengthen the regulations and enforcement. So in view of this, that the week before last Friday, I laid before this August House the Ghana Standards Authority Manufacture of Cement Regulation 2023 for consideration and approval. The purpose of these regulations, Mr. Speaker, is to provide for a registration and licensing of manufacturers of cement and components of cement, B, the enforcement of applicable standards and guidelines in siting of cement manufacturing plants, and C, the establishment and the enforcement of measures to govern the operations of cement manufacturing entities. The passage of the regulations, Speaker, will effectively strengthen the enforcement of standards in the cement industry.
Honourable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House outside its regular sitting hours. Now, Honourable Member, you may ask your follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, following the first publication that the 3 cement factories have been closed down by Ghana Standards Authority, Daily Graphic again reported 10 days later, that the same 3 cement factories have defied GSA directive and were still operating. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister whether indeed the 3 factories have closed down or they are still operating.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a rather disturbing incident. When I was informed of the development, I instructed the Director General to proceed with the efforts he was making to bring them into compliance. Mr. Speaker, I was subsequently informed that they had ordered the closure of those 3 companies. But unfortunately, his efforts notwithstanding, these companies had come back and were producing. Mr. Speaker, I further directed that relevant authorities be communicated to ensure that there was compliance with the Director General's directives. Ultimately, I was informed that there was compliance and the companies had stopped production. But it also came to my attention subsequently, Mr. Speaker, that efforts were made to reopen, this time with the concurrence of the LGA, the Ghana GSA, Ghana Standards Authority. But, Mr. Speaker, under very strict conditions, with the Ghana Standards Authority being involved in every step down the way to ensure that there is proper compliance and that the products of these companies, Mr. Speaker, complied with our standards. Mr. Speaker, I am yet to receive the final report on really what has transpired.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, your committee, the Trade and Industry Committee, met with the Ghana Standards Authority and were made to understand that the quality has been so much compromised. Speaker, for example, we were told that the minimum requirement for limestone, for example, is supposed to be between 27 and 35%. But when they conducted the test on samples they collected, Speaker, only 6% was found in the samples they took, instead of between 27 and 35%. So, Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, looking at the extent to which the quality has been compromised, I want to find out whether the Minister will consider instituting to investigate the matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the present, I haven't contemplated the constitution of a committee. I have thought that the Ghana Standards Authority was up to the job, was up to it. They made the regular surveillance, they made the checks, and then found out what was going on. I thought they were capable at this stage of handling it. So what I asked the Standards Authority to consider, I haven't given directives properly so-called to that effect. But what I had I suggested to them was whether they had considered asking for entire recall of all that had been put into the market. But that's what I'm actually waiting for reports to take further decision on. But I haven't at this stage considered a committee to investigate, because it's obvious what is happening, and the Standards Authority seems to be clear in their mind the way forward. If it becomes necessary going forward, I wouldn't hesitate, Mr. Speaker, to make this decision. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Minister, on the recall, do we have the batch numbers of all those which were seen to have been compromised to make the recall complete?
Ms. It could be done. I got their serial number. It's 3 particular companies. They have their seals, they have their names and whatever. So if it was thought necessary, it would be a matter of simply putting out the announcement for those companies, retailers who are holding on to some of these particular items, to hold on to them and to cease selling them to the ordinary consumer. But we haven't taken that decision yet. I'm waiting for Ghana Standards Authority to come back to me and to consider the extent of the proliferation of these items into the market. If it is extensive, it will be well, Mr. Speaker, end up calling for a recall.
Yes, no. He has one more opportunity, unless you're done. Honorable Member for Finso South.
Speaker, I'm done. I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to find out from the Minister if, considering the extent of variation in terms of the quality, because the deviation is so much that I expect that withdrawal, after the closure, you didn't need to consult anybody for an order to withdraw the product, because it's dangerous to have such a poor quality cement on our market. So don't you think that an order, for withdrawal should have followed immediately the closure was ordered?
Mr. Speaker, he's right, but I didn't get the impression that there has been a considerable proliferation into the market. That is why I held my horses. But I asked him to come back to me on that. I accept entirely. It is so deplorable that if it is to the extent that so much is already gone into the market, I almost immediately would have asked for a recall. I didn't get that impression. That's why I held up on such an order.
Yes, Thomas West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first and foremost applaud the Minister and his agency for taking such swift action to save Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find out from the Minister, because I hear that, I don't know why they like to interrupt him. Mr. Speaker, I hear these companies are still manufacturing, especially in the night. They are producing in the midst of this ban by the Ghana Standards Authority. And I want to find out from the Minister, number one, what is the extent to which the Ghana Standards Authority, or by extension his agency, how do they enforce this ban, or what methodology do you adopt to enforce the ban? And secondly, I also like to know if it is possible for the Minister to, as it were, lead the Committee of Trade in this Parliament to visit these companies or this and see how we can help in getting them, obey the laws of Ghana.
The second one is not admitted. You don't need the Minister's permission to do that. The committee can, and you're entitled to. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Standards Authority has sufficient authority, and if the authority wasn't strong enough, I backed them. As soon as the information came to my attention, I gave them authority to act almost immediately. And the horror of horrors, it came back to us that they had defied the Director General's order. So, Mr. Speaker, on my instructions, a letter was written I authorized him to write to them to tell them that the companies had been closed down to further notice. Mr. Speaker, we also ensure that the regional police commands of the various regions were informed to ensure that there was compliance. I am told that following these actions, there was compliance. Yes, we heard that they had gone back to the offices, their factories at the night, the mid of the night, to continue to do what they were not supposed to do. But ultimately, when they realized the full extent of our preparedness to clamp them down, Mr. Speaker, I think they had no choice but to comply. Except that subsequently, a further decision by ourselves, with my authority, was taken to ensure that they were not closed down definitely. Others authority should put in place specific measures to ensure that if the companies, the factories were open, there were people there on the spot to ensure that every step of the way there was compliance. We had intended to give them a particular period of time within which to ensure that there was this compliance and that whatever was produced was tested and certified to be in conformity with the Ghana standards. Thereafter, would allow this product to go into the market. As it is, nothing produced by these companies, if they are producing any at all as we speak, is getting into the market. Nothing.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was at the committee meeting when the Standard Authority, led by the Chief Executive, appeared before the committee. And the 6% of lime that my colleague mentioned, they told us that that was just even the smallest. There was clinker, who they said the quantity they used instead of the prescribed quantity was even extremely dangerous. Mr. Speaker, I think recall of what they produce is not only necessary, it's essential. Because at that meeting,
Can I ask you a question?
I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, it's important I put it in context because I was there.
Somebody has asked a question. You're doing a follow-up. Just ask your question, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think that if the minister, because I'm saying this because of the statement he made earlier, I think that as the minister, he should instruct that a recall and the prosecution. The reason why I'm talking about the prosecution is that those three companies are all Chinese companies. We have witnessed where people have been executed publicly for structural damages. A classical example was a bridge which was done by a constructor.
Honorable Minister, will you consider prosecution of
Yes, it's important.
Directors of the companies involved?
You see?
Honorable Minister, I asked a question. Will you consider prosecution of the directors of the companies involved?
Mr. Speaker, can I wait for a report from my Director General? And quite a few things on my mind, but can we wait for the report? I could come back. It's a matter that has troubled all of us quite considerably. I see the frowns, the unhappiness on some faces, but
if the evidence suggests it's criminal, will you consider?
That is why, Speaker, I would want to see the hard evidence myself. If I do. These are not straightforward questions. I'll consider prosecution. I won't prosecute. I won't. They are febrile. I've got to be conscious about what it is. I am happy, Mr. Speaker, to make an emphatic statement when I've seen how concrete the evidence is and the extent to which the system has been polluted. Then my mind, Mr. Speaker, will be made up. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in recent times, we've observed that a number of structures collapsed, and unfortunately, we have not been able to get comprehensive reports determining the reasons why they keep collapsing. Recently, one collapsed in Medina, killing some people. And I'm quite surprised that the minister is hesitant about prosecution. I want to reiterate that question. Honorable Minister, why are you hesitant about prosecution?
He has explained. He says we look at the hard evidence. If you have another question, please ask it.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The minister in his answers also said that he had not by himself directed any the formation of any committee to investigate the matter. He had left them entirely in the hands of the Ghana Standards Board. Would you consider a ministerial committee that would give you an independent information in respect of, despite what the Standard Board should be doing?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just reiterate what I said earlier on. I think for now, Ghana Standard Authority is very capable of handling the issue as they have arisen. So I am prepared to wait on them to give me a final report. But Mr. Speaker, I think the House is so interested, and the country is interested as well. Let me make this point. Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of considerable concern to the ministry, and of course must be to the whole country, the extent of the proliferation of this cement manufacturing enterprise in the country. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's worrying. It's worrying the extent that we're talking about these three companies, but not just these three companies. Quite a few of them, Mr. Speaker, are not adhering to any measures at all. And then, Mr. Speaker, maybe it was because there was no legislative instrument, there were no exact regulations, Mr. Speaker, to regulate the market. Indeed, it's for that reason that we laid the LI that we have. I think going forward, the LI on maturity is going to help avert some of these problems, if not prevent all of them. Now we're going to have
Honorable, can you address me, Honorable Minister?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. So I think the majority of this particular LI, we should be able to, Mr. Speaker, put in place concrete measures to prevent the atrocities committed by some of these companies. They build out anywhere, anyhow. They just, I don't want to be very specific, but they are all over the place. The next you hear, would you know this, Mr. Speaker? The installed capacity of cement production in Ghana is 18.3 million tons, while the consumption is only 7.3 million in Ghana. That's the extent of it. Everybody, Mr. Speaker, is establishing companies and producing and bagging and bringing things without recourse to any regulation of any kind. The LI would mature 21 days after the day we put it in there, and it's going to help. It's going to help. We will deal with the situation. It is so important. Cement goes into every infrastructure, everything that we build in the country. We've got to keep our eyes on these companies.
Honorable, yes, Mansum Panta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister the fact that apart from the structural defects, cement is a basic item in all construction works. Is the Minister considering the possibility of looking into other companies which are manufacturing cement in the country, and also publishing the outcome of all investigations to help those in the industry and consumers of the product, to assure us that whatever structure you're putting up, we are assured of the economic life and life expectancy or maturity of those structures. Publishing the standards of other companies when they are tested to assure consumers that we are buying the products, paying money for value. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, I think you have to ask your own question. This is not coming out of the cement question. I'll give the last one to a champion before I come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I just want to find out from the minister, since the maker of the statement has brought this issue to bear. Yeah, he asked a question. I just want to find out from you, are you going to contact industry and production, what do you call it, audit, to find out that all those cements that we are buying from the market are of good quality, so the integrity of the buildings they are putting up will be secured?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I mean, that's actually the offshoot of all that is happened now. If they weren't doing it, by virtue of what has happened with these three companies, the instructions is that every other company is now under scrutiny. So, yes, investigation is going around to test the conformity of all these companies with the Ghana standards.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we thank our colleague for his reassurance in response to the question. Mr. Speaker, whenever a building collapses, automatically the citizens think it's the fault of the engineers, architects, and contractors. But we've now found a fourth dimension that we should be thinking of. Would the minister consider that, to make it clear to everybody, to give a directive that anybody found trading in the products from those three companies, Minister, you should be able to mention those companies here publicly, so that anybody found trading in those products, until you give a directive based on advice you get after the investigation where the quality has improved, would have been considered to be doing illegal business. Will you consider that, so that we are assured? Minister, also, if possible, if you can find out the bulk users of these products. For all you know, Parliament, we are doing some work here. For all you know, they are using part of that cement to do some work in Parliament. You will never know. And you will never know what will happen. So we want assurance that those products are not on the market at all. And if they return to the market, they are returning at a higher standard that meets your requirement. Will you consider that?
Yes. Speaker, on both fronts, I have absolutely no difficulty at all. First, to name them. The companies are Shing and Safe Cement, located at Konongo, and then Unisem Cement, that's at, I think, is that?
The one at the Samkwanta, between the two, your constituency and mine. It may be affecting my. I didn't know that.
So yes, I would not mention the town where that is located. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's also the Kumasi Cement, and that's located at Offenso. So these are the companies. I have absolutely no reason why not to mention that. And then the third point that you make, I emphatically make the statement, reinforce what you just said. If there's any cement that is found into any of our markets, yes, they should not be used. There is now, by this statement today, an embargo on all the cement produced by them until there is a further statement to that effect in this House. Thank you.
Unichem at Sankwanta. Sankwanta is in my constituency. From there you go to second deputy specs constituency, then we come to your constituency. That's very interesting, because there are products that
the problem we have is that it's around our own area. So
I'm going to announce immediately that nobody should buy from them, because they do go there to buy. It's extremely important.
Yeah, that is it. That's the Unisem Cement. That's that one. It's around our area. So yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We'll proceed. We'll move on to the main item 6. The first question is in the name of the Honourable Member for Bolle Bamboy. He's not in the House. Then I move to question number 1841. The name of the Honourable Member for Prestia Huni Valley. Yes. Prestia Huni Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry his plans regarding revamping of the defunct Aboso grass factory.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Aboso glass factory is currently overseen by the State Interest and Government Authority and is not under the purview of my ministry. Notwithstanding this, the factory's revival could further garner's potential in attracting investment in intermediate grass processing for bottling and as raw material for automobile components and accessories, and as windscreen and driving mirrors for Ghana and the ECOWAS sub-region to fully complement our nascent automotive assembly industry.
Yes, any follow-up question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, he has directed me to SIGA, that they are in charge of Aboso grass factory. But he has also made some significant revelations about the potentials of Aboso grass factory when it is revived. So I want to know his own plan in collaborating with SIGA to bring these dreams to fruition.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's because of how we also perceive it to be very important. That's why we identify this. Yes, so we're talking to the relevant institution and see how we cooperate to ensure that Aboso really springs back. I mean, many years ago, Aboso glass factory, suddenly we can't talk as such. So we're hoping that with the collective enterprise on both sides, it would spring back and start producing again.
Very well. I'll move on. Question number 1842. By the Honorable Member for. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, the Minister is already here and have taken time and provided answers. Our colleague, Honorable Yusuf, is not here. If it will not worry you, I'll just ask the question on his behalf so that the Minister doesn't have to come back or the question shouldn't be rescheduled. It's a plea I'm making, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister may not have to come back. The answers have been provided, so they'll be published in the answer. It's the same thing. It's way past 2 o'clock, and I think we should proceed when we finish. The Honourable Member for Pro East, Dr. Karbanonko, is also not here to answer his question. Very well, I'll proceed. He has 3 questions. I will move on to the Honourable Member for North Day, Ms. Joyce Tete. She is also not here to answer. Yes, Honourable Kujeta Blacko, what can I do for you?
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rose when you called Honourable Dr. Karbanonko to take his questions on his behalf. With your permission, I don't know if you want to come back to that.
Let me go to those who are here.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Joyce Tete is also not here. Then I'll come to question number 1876. The Honourable Member for Tempani, Ms. Lydia Lamisi Akamvareba. Yes, Honourable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry, what plans or when will the good people of Timpani get their share of one village, one district, one factory?
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, the good people of Timpani have not to date had the benefit of a business promoter showing interest in championing investment in establishing the 1D, 1F project. Mr. Speaker, that is a very short answer. But can I add to this? I've always been entreating colleagues, make some effort. Get people to show interest in their respective constituencies and in their districts. We are there to help colleagues, the districts, the constituencies. But it's not always that the government, the ministry is able to direct someone to come to Timpani, for example. Let's make it a collective effort. The district chief executives, you can ask you and who, you and the person asking the questions and the other members. All those we accept that 1D, 1F is not in every district, it's not in every constituency, but the responsibility also lies on all of us to make sure that the project is sold out there and we'll have promoters showing interest so your communities, your constituencies and your districts can benefit.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I want to find out, as a policy in the industry or in your ministry, is it that somebody has to get a promoter, or what does the policy say about the 1D, 1F, so that we all know that if we need to get a promoter, then we begin to work on that? Because it is a government policy. So you have to explain as to how we can even get the promoters to come and help us in this aspect. Because it is agreed that every district or most of the districts has benefit, and my people have not got the opportunity to benefit. So please, can you elaborate further so that I will know how the business community can come in and help my constituency or the district? Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, it's a little worrying that after about 7 years of the institution of this program, the suggestion is made that the House is not aware of the details of it. Mr. Speaker, the issue has always been this. It's a program that the government initiated to ensure that every single district in the country had the benefit of a factory. That is why it is 1D, one district, one factory. But essentially, it was to ensure people showed interest. So, for example, a Kumfi fruit, for example, Kumfi pineapple juice, for example. The promoter showed interest in establishing the juice factory in Ekunfi. Now, having shown that interest, the person then comes to the ministry, identified their interest, obviously the company, identify the interest and what they intend to do. It doesn't need to have been only just Ekunfi. In all the other about 150 or so districts in which we have the program, we have the factories. The individual identifies, the company identifies where they want to. So they want to come to Tampani, they will tell the ministry what is it that they intend to do, how much capital they themselves have initially that they want to start up with. Then the government's initiative is this: start it off. We are what we call the participating financial institutions. We have about 15 financial institutions in the country. We've encouraged them to extend financial benefits, credit to these people who are showing interest in the program. So the person who shows interest in Tampani, for example.
Honorable Minister, do you have a document you can share with her? Is it possible to have a write-up on it and share with her? Because
that is why, Mr. Speaker, I always like you. You make life so easy for me. I will share it with you. Thank you very much.
Honorable, kindly see him. He will give you a copy because the same question has been answered. Please, kindly take your seat. The same question has been answered so many times in this house whilst I'm in charge. So I know that it is the same, but if you probably gave her the accurate information, it will guide her as how to go about it. So that's my suggestion to you, Honorable Member.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for your intervention. But I'm not still convinced about the explanation that the minister is giving, because looking at my constituency, it's a rural constituency, and as a government or as a policy, the people are expecting that at least they should also get the share of the one district, one factory. And the minister is telling us that we need to, or somebody need to identify the district or the district. So in an event that nobody identifies it or nobody recognizes that we need to do something in Timpani, does it mean in such a situation the people of Timpani will not be able to...
Our rule is that when information is available in the public domain, we don't ask a question on it. That is why I'm asking that the minister gives you a pack of the information. All these questions you're asking will be answered there. I think it will be helpful for you in this matter, because the information is already out there in the public domain. So it's not to be asked. Our rules do not admit any such questions, please. You haven't asked a question, so can you let me deal with those who have asked questions? No. Very well. Now, Leader, I can admit you to ask the questions on behalf of those who are not here.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'll take that of those of Honorable Yusuf, and then Honorable Kujeto will take the rest. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what the total cost of renovating the Commander Sugar Factory is and the source of funding for the renovation.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, is it right if I suggested that the answer should be taken as captured in the other paper?
No, can you read it so that if he has a follow-up question, he can?
Because they haven't bothered to be here to put their own question, Speaker. It may not be fair.
Can you read it, please?
It's quite a lot, you know. Mr. Speaker, I would read it. It's quite a lot. Mr. Speaker, in about 2015, some 35 million United States dollar loan facility was secured by the previous government from the Indian Exim Bank for constructing the factory building and installing plant and machinery for crushing 1,250 tons of sugarcane per day. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Export Development Cultural Industrial Fund, AIF, provided $1.25 million for the construction of an access road, Mr. Speaker, to the factory. From recent information, I'll skip that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, I'm skipping it not because it's not relevant, but that at least should be considered as read. Speaker, furthermore, the factory was formally commissioned in May 2016, but was not in operation on the assumption office of the current government, prior to which the previous government had completed a bidding and negotiation process which sought to transfer 70% ownership of the company to an investor, but the said investor failed to meet the financial preconditions for the takeover to be concluded. Mr. Speaker, a technical audit report submitted by independent consultant to the ministry in October revealed that a test run was never completed before the factory was commissioned. The commissioned factory could not have produced the required refined white sugar due to the absence of the following component units: melt, clarification, complete session, vertical crystallizers, AA, HBH, dosing system. Speaker, overall, some 35 components had not been installed at the time of the commissioning of the factory, although they were critical to the process of producing sulfurless white sugar. There's no evidence of a formal handing over or completion report from the Indian contractors and Indian consulting project supervisors in the records of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, at the time of overhauling and maintenance of the factory by the sugar industry engineers, the following anomalies were reported compared to the specifications Speaker procured. 1. At the boiler section, PLC-based automation system was not commissioned, and no computers or software found. Zika, boiler S, ESP, transformer, and panel were not commissioned. The refractory linings for the boiler chimney were not installed. Mill automation PLC and HMI mill automation were not commissioned, and temperature sensors were not available. A lime slacker was not commissioned. There was no motor and gearbox, and any form electrical and mechanical connections from the lime elevator to the lime tank to the lime classifier. There was no analysis equipment in the laboratory. The turbine in the power section was not commissioned. No effluent treatment plant was found. Washroom facilities were inadequate for the number of factory workers required. The cane lever and the fabrizer was installed upside down. It was installed upside down, truncated. Mr. Speaker, this occasioned the major retooling of the factory at the cost of 56,150,000 cedis to make it fully operational, which was expended mainly on the underlisted civil works equipment. The re-roofing of the factory building and warehouse, construction of 2 multi-liter raw water reservoir walkways for ease of access to all installed plant and machinery, weighbridge capacity increased, parking area for trucks, additional warehouses, additional washrooms, staff canteen, mechanical workshop, silo system for new sugar feed, reverse osmosis plant, fence wall and gates. Then you go to equipment, you have overhaul and maintenance of equipment and machinery at cane yard, mill house, boiler house, pack house, refinery house and turbine, addition of raw sugar handling system to refine raw sugar, 3 5-ton forklift, tractors and accessories, backhoe loader and wheel loader, laboratory equipment, pickup trucks, staff buses, motorcycles, computers, server and software, CCTV cameras, radio communications, furniture and features. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown of loan facilities from the following participating financial institutions is what you find over there. CBG, 24.8 million. Prudential, 23.55 million. GCB Bank, 7.8 million. And the total, 58.15 million. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, comment.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. In the second paragraph of the minister's answer, you suggested there was a contractor and a consultant. Yet you listed a number of things that they ought to have done, which in your own assessment they failed. What have you done since you assumed office, noticing that in effect they failed in their duty of professionalism? What have you done since then?
Mr. Speaker, after running through the papers, flipping through, I detected that indeed the matters have been reported to the criminal investigation authorities of the country. The Speaker, I intend to follow up to find out what is going wrong. Because clearly, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what I've just gone through, the country has been very shortchanged. Indeed, the second paragraph that I avoided, as you were referring to, Mr. Speaker, it is also the case that we now know that equipment of the same description that we have at Commander today, Mr. Speaker, cost 14 million. When 36 million was the money, 35 million plus was the money that was expended on
the question was the people who neglected or failed to do their duty. What have you done?
I answered it. I was engaged.
You answered that.
Yeah.
That a report has been made to the
Criminal
police about them. Very well. I think you have answered the question. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just for clarification, when we say commission, not commission, basically it means that the client didn't turn up to test the thing. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with them. It's a process in handing over a completed project. So the electricals will be tested by the electrical engineers in the presence of your appointed person. The question I have here, Mr. Speaker, the question is the cost of the renovation. Let me read the question again. It says, to ask the Minister of Trade and Industry what the total cost of renovating the Commander Sugar Factory is and the source of funding. And so, Minister, will you agree that when you start answering the question by listing the buying of forklift, tractors and accessories, pickup trucks, staff bus, motorcycles, it is not part of the cost of renovating the factory. These are additional things you deem necessary which you bought. So if you include this in the cost of the renovation, with all due respect, that does not add up properly. Because buying a new pickup and staff bus is not part of the renovation of the reason. Maybe you need it, I can understand, but you shouldn't have added those as part of the cost of renovating the factory. Will you agree?
Mr. Speaker, if I'm allowed a question to the questioner, so I take it that to fix right the part that was truncated, that was turned upside down, the silos and the reverse osmosis, and the other matters, Mr. Speaker, that I've mentioned, it seems to have chosen a couple of them to say that they were additions. But I think he would accept that the other materials that I've mentioned here can properly be categorized as innovation, renovation, refurbishment, and in some of the cases, really, Mr. Speaker, reconstruction. So if he says that tractor isn't part of it, I'm prepared to accept that. It was needed. But I think, Mr. Speaker, maybe the answer is there because it was originally part of the package. That is why it's been included in there. But if it is not, and he says it's just that we need it, Mr. Speaker, there's enough there to explain why so much money had to be raised for the purpose of the rehabilitation. I mean, if his concern is that why do you give us all this long story? Mr. Speaker, just simply stating that 58.15 was expended wouldn't make a lot of sense to anybody. There must be reason why so much money. That is why, for your benefit, we took the trouble to recite exactly what is it that needed doing, hence the 56.15.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with him. The background is okay. I for the first time, I also understood what happened, so I don't have problem with that. But Mr. Speaker, will you agree that what you quoted as $14 million is also slightly misleading because the $35 million that was spent on not only the equipment, it was spent on the equipment shipment, consultancy, construction cost, and training. So if you say the new cost, well, you found the price with 14 million, that is just for the price of the equipment. But there are other 5 items that the 35 million was spent on. So I appreciate your answer, but I think you could have separated them so we have a full understanding. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have any further question on this particular one.
Very well. The next question 1634.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you once again for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry who the shareholders of the Commander Sugar Factory are, and what is the shareholding structure? I think it's not his fault. The question was.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The government of Ghana is 100% shareholder.
Yes.
The answer is clear enough.
Now, question number 1842.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on the authority of Dr. Kwabena Donkor to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what steps the ministry is taking to improve the quality of made-in-Ghana goods for the international market. I'm grateful.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you can answer from the front bench.
So, Mr. Speaker, this year saw remarkable progress in enhancing the enforcement capacity of the Ghana Standards Authority as mandated under the Ghana Standards Authority Act 2022. The Ghana Standards Authority has trained, commissioned, and deployed 300 trading standards inspectors for the first time in its recent history to enhance market surveillance as well as quality standards for traded goods. In respect of exports, especially under the major preferential trade agreements with the EU, UK, USA, and the African Continental Free Trade Area, the Ministry, in collaboration with the Ghana Standards Authority, GEPA, FDA, and the GRA, has streamlined the implementation of rules of origin certification process to verify compliance with the respective rules of origin as well as mandatory standards and the regulatory compliance. Mr. Speaker, in the area of national metrology or weights and measurements, and in line with the relevant provisions of the Act, I recently appointed the Director General of Ghana Standards Authority as the national custodian of weights and measures to ensure that Ghana aligns with international standards metrology. Mr. Speaker, it's important also to recognize that under the national quality policy, Ghana is implementing a holistic approach to building the entire standards, conformity assessment, metrology, and quality architecture required for global competitiveness. In line with this, Parliament recently passed the Ghana Accreditation Service Act to provide for accreditation of conformity assessment bodies, thus conveying a formal demonstration of their competence to carry out tasks against specified criteria, including international guidelines and national standards.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have one supplementary question. The Honourable Minister's response focuses entirely on the regulatory aspect, metrology, standards, rules of origin, and all of that. But the Honourable Minister does not speak to any support that you may be giving to the local industry in terms of capacity building, giving them assistance so that they can meet the international standards that the question refers to. So is your ministry supporting local industry to meet these standards and to have greater access to the international market? We get you on what you are doing at the regulatory aspect, but are you offering any support to our local businesses?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not so sure whether it follows. The support that the ministry gives to businesses in the country, Mr. Speaker, is an entirely different ball game altogether. I think he's now talking about standards. A moment ago, Mr. Speaker, we were talking about cement. So we are ensuring that production of cement conforms to standards, to specification. So I thought that was what the question was about. How do we ensure that standards are properly followed? And I thought the answer was geared towards ensuring that everybody understood the processes for achieving standards. And you can't do with standards without talking about the recently passed Ghana Standards Authority Act. That is the fulcrum, Mr. Speaker, of ensuring that standards are maintained. But if it is a question of how much is it that we have towards individual businesses, because that is the whole idea of the whole government's industrialization agenda, government's business ambience. We have to ensure that businesses have the proper environment, the regulatory environment, which we talked about in this house so many times. If it comes to physical cash, one of it is what we just talked about, 1D, 1F, that we didn't quite conclude, Mr. Speaker. It's simply to make sure that government actually gives money, physical money. Government has undertaken to write off a whole half, and my sister is listening to this, to the loans taken by individual companies. Government is set off half of it to settle by itself. So, So, Mr. Speaker, if we're talking about the amount of provisions that we put into companies and the businesses, we'll do quite a lot. But I don't think that was the focus of the question.
Yes. Question number 1877. Oh, sorry, we haven't gotten to 1877.
1843.
We are now on 1843.
Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what plans the ministry has to mainstream local content and local participation in Ghana's industrialization process. I'm grateful.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, as the House may be aware, government is implementing deliberate interventions to achieve, which really is the answer to the other supplementary question my colleague asked. Government is implementing deliberate interventions to achieve the strategic objectives of industrial transformation and job creation. by enhancing investments across the country, as well as in key strategic sectors. Speaker, the 1D1F program predominantly involves domestic firms investing and processing and adding value to local resources endowments in the districts, and which naturally involves a high local content. Under the strategic anchor industry initiatives of government, the policy and incentive framework developed to attract large-scale investment into the strategic sectors include automotive, garments and textiles, pharmaceutical industries, and all of those will incorporate supplier development program for enhanced local participation and, of course, local content. A case in point is the automotive industry, where the incentive granted to the assemblies are linked to progress in advancing from basic and enhanced semi-knockdown assembly to complete knockdown manufacturing with a high local content. In addition, Speaker, the ministry intends to attract investment, both domestic and foreign, into the local manufacture of selected automotive components, parts and accessories, initially including but not limited to batteries, shock absorbers, brake pads, wipers, glass products, and and other parts. Yes, and other parts. And other parts. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any follow-up question?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister has highlighted quite a number of sectors, including the garments and textiles sector. Is the Honourable Minister aware that under this sector, and I have a Minister knows, Japan Textiles, which is really struggling to stay afloat. The major challenge that they are faced with is the dumping of all of these foreign, cheaper fabrics, most of them from China. There's a lot of dumping going on. What measures is the Honourable Minister going to take to really stem the tide and really protect local content? Because a lot of them, it's not for want of, they really want to compete and they want to stay in business, but the dumping, and people are stealing their intellectual property. They go and design what they have come up with here, outside, and sell it for cheap on the market, and so they cannot compete. Is there any intervention to address that challenge?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The matter of Japan Texas troubles us considerably. To that extent, I have personally met them about twice. I think we scheduled another meeting, and that I think, Mr. Speaker, would involve the four of the companies. I think four. And what is, Mr. Speaker, is peculiar about the Japan matter is that they actually produce the feed for the Tema Texas company. And the warning I received from these companies was that, indeed, if Japan is allowed to go under, it's going to have that boomerang cascading effect on the others. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some incentives that we are planning to put in place to make sure that they stay in business. But to start with, we managed to get the 2-year extension of tax-free, the zero rating for VAT for these companies. I think the last extension granted them had come to an end, but we had to manage to get the finance minister to do a further 2 years. So it's a matter that we take rather seriously, and we will look at it comprehensively.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, The other supplementary question related to that local businesses are complaining of is the cost of doing business. Japan, Texas, for example, ECG disconnected them recently. I'm sure you are aware. It's a huge arrears. Is there any discussion going on between your ministry and the Ministry of Energy to at least offer some rebates to some of these struggling industries, which are strategic industries that we need to keep jobs, and industrialize as a country? Is there anything being done about the cost of doing business, particularly the cost of utility bills, which is really killing a lot of these industries?
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is well informed. Matter came before me, and I actually had to call ECG myself for them to kindly restore them to productivity. Mr. Speaker, I would have been happy if the person who actually put the question had himself been around. Dr. Donko has some very clear ideas about some of these matters, particularly of this, the tariff for electricity in Ghana. It's a matter for the country to decide. What is it that we intend to do with the Akosomo, for example, the legacy dam that we have there, the cost of production of which is pretty low, and then the production mix, Mr. Speaker, in the country. How do we ensure that companies like Japan and the others, Mr. Speaker, have affordable electricity to expand? There's a company called B+, which has a whole dossier on my table now. Mr. Speaker, there's some arrangement, somebody is asking them to pay. I wouldn't want to add any adjectives to it, but to pay some 1 billion or something, billion cities, for some arrangement. Some of this is quite crazy. But we as a nation would have to, Mr. Speaker, discuss it. What do we do? We need power for our manufacturing segment. We also need the local and the home consumption. As for the 24-hour economy, we haven't finished with the 12-hour economy, so let's deal with that, and then we'll come to the 24.
Let me stay on your question,
I will
please.
stay on point. I will stay on point, Mr. Speaker. So it's a matter that I entirely agree with him. It's difficult. What do we do? Cost of production, and so we can't just limit it to just discussion here. Let's broaden it and then see, Mr. Speaker, what the nation makes out of it. It's a difficult matter.
Yes, move on to
Mr. Speaker, I have one more, if you allow me. Just one more, just a small one. But because it's a very important matter, local content. So, Mr. Speaker, on local content, I want to raise the issue of procurement. We have a number of businesses indigenously owned that if we give them some guaranteed off-taker, for example, why should we be importing uniforms for our public schools when we can just make sure that the local textile industry supplies all the uniforms? Uniforms for our security agencies, for example. Boots. I remember the Kumasi Shoe Factory was producing boots for our security agencies some years back. So deliberate intervention. Government is the biggest procurer of these goods and services. Is there some deliberate policy to address that aspect so that they can have some ready market and stay afloat?
Yes. The honorable member has always been my son, whom I love so much and I respect. So I'm always careful when I'm dealing with him. So I'm struggling to answer this particular one. Because I thought yesterday when I made the initiative and I brought the LI here, he was part of the group which wouldn't let me lay. But that would have been the basis for the question that is asked me, part of the initiative to make sure that we do exactly the speaker what he's saying. But somehow I met stiff opposition. I am tempted to think that he wasn't involved with it. But, Mr. Speaker, I understand the point he's raised.
Very well. Question number 1844, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what steps are being taken to prevent Ghana from becoming a dumping ground for substandard goods. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, dumping in trade terms refers to introduction of a product into another country at least at less, not least, at less than the normal product value in the ordinary sense and cause of trade for the like product when destined for consumption in the exporting country itself. We continue to address the issue of substandard goods in our market with three principal regulatory measures. First, Mr. Speaker, we do so through improved market surveillance and enhanced enforcement by the Ghana Standards Authority, strengthened with the Trading Standards Inspectors under the new GSA Act. The GSA would now continue to play a frontline role in regulating the quality and standards of goods in the domestic market. The GSA has successfully conducted market surveillance this year on the cement, electrical cables, automotive batteries, spare parts, and LPG cylinders. This will be expanded and become more extensive in terms of product range and geographical reach across the country. The second method will be through the mechanism of Ghana International Trade Commission Act and its implementation of the three basic regulations enacted in this regard, namely the anti-dumping regulations, LIE, the GITC regulations. Maybe for sake of completeness, I need to mention all of them. The GITC Anti-Dumping Regulations 2019, LI 2380, the GITC Safeguards Measures Regulation 2020, LI 2026, and then GITC Subsidy and Countervailing Measures Regulations 2020, LI 2425. The Commission can be petitioned to trigger an investigation when there is sufficient evidence of the existence of dumping that causes injury or threat of material injury to the domestic industry. Having made a determination, an anti-dumping duty is then imposed where dumping causes material injury to the domestic industry producing a like product or directly competitive product. Look at the last one. We have introduced specific regulations to address persistent quality challenges in specific industries. This most recently includes the laying of the LI for the enforcing standards in the cement industry, which is in addition to the existence of the LI, which regulates the importation of cement, and to address the import surge of Portland cement, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first supplementary question relates to a statement which was made here sometime in February this year, I think on the 15th of February, by the then caretaker minister, the Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, that there was a consumer protection bill in the offing, which will soon come before us. Since that statement was delivered here, nothing has been heard about that. Because related to some of the responses you have given about hazardous goods that are dumped and the effects on the citizenry, that law, if passed, would really protect all of us. Can you kindly give us an update on that consumer protection bill, which we were told was in the offing in February this year?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is right. The caretaker minister, Abu discussed that. I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, when I came, I was told to take the document back, have a look at it, and own it as mine. Mr. Speaker, in attempting to own it, I encountered formidable challenges in the document. Mr. Speaker, there were some difficulties in the document. So what I've done is that I've referred it back to some committee of experts, funny, including some good friends and members on this side, to look at the document again. They hope that we're able to bring that document back to this side. But I really wanted to bring it, but I thought we got to tweak it a bit. Timelines, let me talk with them again, because last week when I checked, I was told that they're almost close to having a first draft for my perusal. So I'll come back on this and share it with you.
So, Mr. Speaker, do I have your permission to take the last question? 1877. The last Cabinet on
Yes, please go.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what measures are being contemplated to take advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to enable Ghanaian industries expand their penetration of the African market. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry and the various implementing agencies of AFTA, National Policy and Action Plan, have taken concrete measures to enable Ghanaian industries penetrate the AFTA market. First and foremost, prior to the start of trading, series of national and regional sensitization conferences and fora on AFTA were organized for key stakeholders, including the business community. Ghana also completed the export registration and the AFTA rules of origin certification requirements and uploaded same onto the ICOMS on the 5th of January 2021, the first member state to do so after the start of trading in January 2021. Furthermore, an exercise was conducted to identify interested firms in two categories, namely Ghanaian industries already exist exporting with capacity to expand into the African market based on the AFTA preferential tariff regime, and companies with products capable of penetrating the African market. Specialized seminars and enterprise audits to assist enterprises in preparing for the aftermarket have also been conducted for over 200 firms. As part of the guided trade initiative of AFTA Secretariat, Ghana is cooperating with 7 countries to facilitate trading under AFTA. Our first target markets are Kenya and Tanzania. Already 63 Ghanaian companies have participated in the market expedition in Kenya, with 300 product lines, including the cosmetics, food and beverages, coconut oil, and garments. This effort, Mr. Speaker, would continue to be supported to ensure that more Ghanaian industries penetrate the African market under AFTA.
Yes.
Please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first supplementary question comes from the third paragraph of the Honourable Minister's statement. He indicates that, quote, furthermore, an exercise was conducted to identify interested firms in 2 categories, namely Ghanaian industries already exporting with capacity to expand into the African market based on the AFTA preferential tariff regime, and companies with products capable of penetrating into the African market. The Speaker, the Honourable Minister did not give us the outcome of this exercise. Are you able to shed some light on the number of firms that you identified in these 2 categories?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the answer was amplified in the last paragraph, where we state clearly that first target markets are Kenya and Tanzania, and already 63 Ghanaian companies have participated in the market expedition with the number of product lines identified. So yes, these were some of the companies which were identified. 2 aspects: those who had already started but were capable of expanding. They were already trading. So we thought that they could, so with a little bit of help. Then there was another segment which was identified. They hadn't started at all, but it was thought that with a little boost, they could also follow the lead of the first batch. So together, we managed to put together about 63 companies. So these are the companies. I think a few more in the pipeline, GIPA, and then I think it's GIPA, basically. They're putting quite a few together. We're planning to go to Tanzania. I think they were supposed to have gone in November. We had communication from that country that I think we're going to do it now. I think early next year, or I believe. So we'll be going to Tanzania. We've done the Kenya one, and then we'll be going to Tanzania, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my final question relates to an interesting trend from a number of these AFTA countries, including Ghana, and the minister has been championing that in the case of Ghana. This whole business of restricting imports, import restriction, within an AFTA climate, don't you think that that's a major disincentive? Nigeria has also been criticized for doing same, and they don't even discriminate between African businesses and businesses from the West, Asia, and other parts of the world. Don't you think that this whole penchant for restricting imports in such a blank manner, that does not create a special regime for African businesses, that they can continue to trade, import, even with those items that you list? Don't you think that it will eventually militate against the goals of AFTA, and we will not achieve the full potential of AFTA if we don't watch this growing trend of import restrictions within AFTA countries in Africa?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the jury is not entirely out on this matter. I probably also maybe think that the jury hasn't started the deliberations at all. One has to be careful. The after thing is simply this: ECOWAS didn't appear to have worked properly, and now there's a lifetime, a generational opportunity for Africa to get it right. Let's trade among ourselves. In the end, ultimately, let there be no customs union, no barriers. Let's trade properly. No barriers, technical tariffs, nothing. The issue then is, well, by virtue of that, is it then the case that various countries cannot look at other means of developing their economies? It's trading. I mean, I'm trading with you, custom, open barrier. This is what I want to trade with you. but I also want to develop my economy. One has to be careful not to get into a diplomatic trap, So I've looked at the Nigerian example. It's quite extensive. Who am I to discuss that here? A good friend of Nigeria that I am. So, again, I also think that the question may be a banana kind of thing. He's throwing banana skins my way. I keep saying, I've put one here. So indirectly, he's asking me to criticize my own document here. I mean, by bringing the restrictions that I have, am I tripping or I'm not tripping? But it's a difficult situation. I really understand the point that you are making. He seems to get my drift, so it's letting me out. But Mr. Speaker, it's a matter that I think the content has to look at. Yes, there should be trading, but to the extent that any restrictions, we've got to get the distinction right, particularly in ours. It isn't banning. We're not banning anything. We are only restricting. But we also got to get it right. The World Trade Organization rules allow for some sort of restrictions within the exceptions that the rules provide. To the extent that it's operated properly within the rules, I'm wondering whether we can't do that. But if it is absolute banning, then there is an issue. But, Sami?
If you don't exempt African businesses, Africa may eventually collapse. Yeah, African businesses from, because it can be counterproductive.
Mr. Speaker, it's a matter that will be discussed in its fullness and the appropriate forum.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he talked about guided trade initiative where 63 Ghanaian companies have participated in market expeditions to Kenya with 300 products. Mr. Speaker, one of the complaints from these companies who have been participating is that they are not able to visit a lot of countries as their counterparts are doing, because their counterparts from Morocco and other countries are being supported by their government. By the time they visit one country with the cost of airfare, hotel, it basically is into their company. And so exactly what steps and what support? The minister says that they will continue to support them to ensure that Ghanaian industries penetrate into this African market. Exactly what type of support are you giving to these companies who really want to, visit more countries and showcase their products into these countries? Because this is clearly a competition. Other countries are doing that with their counterparts to penetrate our market. Exactly what support are we giving to these Ghanaian companies to be able to penetrate?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure he's talking about the financial support. I mean, buying them a ticket or anything. But to even provide a diplomatic leverage for them to get there, it's not listening. It's having a chat. You ask me a question, you should listen to the answer. Kofi, you're talking about financial inducement or whatever to them. I'm wondering if that really is what they are asking for. One would have thought that even the provision of diplomatic leverage for them to get there in itself, it's very important. We've done one in Kenya. It was so successful. The companies wanted to be there. The ministry, the government of Ghana, our representatives, country's representatives in Kenya provided the platform for them to be able to showcase their work. They came back so happy. My information, it's at variance with how you put it. They are very happy. We again contacting our colleagues in Tanzania to provide the same platform for them. I think Ovi has difficulty listening to answers. Don't talk to your colleague. Listen until I finish your answer.
Minister, address me, please. Honorable Minister, please address me.
Look at you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. So, We are now arranging for another batch of them, and maybe more than the 63 that we identified, maybe a bigger number, to Tanzania. We have established the platform, we laid the foundation, they now know the protocols. Mr. Speaker, I think as I speak to you, quite a number of them are they are planning to go to Doha. There's an expo. Doha, just about this time. Again, the platform. So I'm not sure the businesses are looking at it in terms of whether government buys them tickets or buys them accommodation. I think it is how it is facilitated. But the facilitation, Mr. Speaker, is really the platform to get Doha, for example, to give you a whole exhibition, a whole platform, a whole stall for you to exhibit your work. That, I think, is what they are talking about.
These are big companies. I'm talking about small to medium-sized kente weaver companies who really do not have the foundation. Once they buy a ticket to Kenya, I mean, they are gone. So I'm just talking about those type of businesses. And I'm saying that how do you broaden it to include all these type of businesses so that they can have exposure? Because that's the whole idea, to broaden the scope for medium to small to medium-sized companies to really have access to the African market.
But Mr. Speaker, he would have to be a little bit more clear, elaborated in what he's saying. The exposure. I've asked if it is financial. If it is not financial, then I don't know what he's talking about. Because in terms of the diplomatic issues that I've discussed, it's open to all of them. What he probably, Mr. Speaker, doesn't also know, he has not been informed, is this, that when they went to Kenya, it is the medium, small and medium companies, enterprises like he just described, which were the toast of the exhibition. I am told that the kente clothes you're talking about, some of them actually ripped some of these kente clothes from some of the individuals who wore them and paid for them. So they had fantastic business trading relationship. It was so productive. Let me know if your argument is money. I've made a point so many times. You are stopping short of making your point clear. If it is money, because you say it's a small kente club, whatever, so we should buy them tickets, we should buy them, sorry?
That, for example, I am aware that in Morocco, $2 million
let's stop the exchanges. The questions that you have answered, you've given the level of support you're giving. I think
Thank you
that's
very much,
sufficient. Thank you. We thank you, Honorable Minister, for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged now. Yes, Majority Leadership. What next?
Speaker, the day has been very productive. We've covered so much for today. That's about all for the day. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as one of the sponsors of the promotion of proper Ghanaian family values and sexual rights Bill 2021, the Right Honorable Speaker indicated this morning that that bill will be taken. We want to find out why the bill is not being taken and why it's not being taken and why we are moving for the closure. Is the other side opposed to us continuing and doing the consideration? It's been on the order paper for 3 weeks. If you are not opposed to it, Mr. Speaker, we are here. The Speaker himself indicated when he was handing over to the First Deputy Speaker that we should take the bill. He's going to meet some guests and return to the House to complete the amendments on it. This is something that will take us 1 hour for 3 weeks. What is the problem of this august House with dealing with this bill, which matters to the Ghanaian people? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to know if there is a problem with us taking this bill once and for all. If there is no problem, let's take it. We've taken other bills with 4 people sitting in the chamber.
Honorable Sam George, you raised the issue and you're arguing outside of it. Leader, you said that the day is fast spent. The item 42 is the family human rights, proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian families bill at consideration stage. Is the committee chair here?
sorry, the committee chair is not available. And the directive is that we end with the questions. That is the agreement, and we engage, and the agreement is we end on questions and we continue tomorrow. We have the whole day tomorrow. We have the whole day tomorrow for other businesses. How long does it take? Less than an hour will be done with the budget, my dear.
Yes, Honorable Chibwe.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of an agreement to end anywhere. We are in your hands. My colleague has made a point about the consideration of the particular bill. So we are in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
Is the committee chair in the House? He is not the chairman. I've seen the ranking. He is not the chairman. I'm asking.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
I am ever ready to move the committee's amendment.
Sorry?
I'm ever ready to move the committee's amendment. If given the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
All honourable members, all the proposed amendments here are in the name of the chairman. All the proposed amendments here are in the name of the chairman. All right? The chairman is not in the House. I'll bring proceedings to a close. Honourable members are being advised to announce that tomorrow at 7:45, 7:45, the burial service of the former majority leader, Honorable Felix Oso-Japon, will be in the presence of Parliament. That's around here, so members are invited to be present. Thank you. Honourable members, the House is adjourned to tomorrow, 7 December at 10 o'clock in the form.